Garlands are put on him as if he's some kind of a hero, as if he's achieved something great. Is a rapist to be celebrated, ladies and gentlemen? I ask you that question. And more than anyone else, I ask the right wing of this country. Very often I come on television and I say, yes, on several issues, I'm happy to be called a right-winger. But ladies and gentlemen, let me put it clearly. You cannot let a person like this man, this Sushil Prajapati, a leader of the Hindu Yuva Vahini, a local thug, a man accused of rape, you cannot celebrate his act of rape or celebrate the fact that the rapist is out on bail. If that is the message we want to send to our society, and if all the BJP leaders want to be quiet about it, I want to ask them, why are they quiet about this?
जीरा सिप असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरी राजा।
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Twisha Sharma. Who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice, for bringing something that's utterly false, illegal or wrong to public attention? It is only and only the media. And today, therefore, we are doing a media trial in this specific case, ladies and gentlemen, of Twisha Sharma, the 33-year-old daughter-in-law of an ex-judge, in a case where the ex-judge and the ex-judge's advocate's son.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Good evening, viewers. You're watching the special edition of the news at 6 p.m. with me, Rakshita Mishra. In the next 25 minutes, we are going to bring you Republic TV's investigation, the only channel to go deep into what is making our cities so easy death traps. The way innocent lives, 21 innocent lives have been lost yesterday. Who is accountable? Where does the buck stop? Does it stop only with the hotel owner? How many more such death traps are openly functioning in this country, in the national capital? We are going to bring you the reality check. First, quick check of the headlines. Delhi Inferno kills 21. Owner admits that Republic flagged. Owner admits what the Republic TV had already flagged, that it did not have NOC from the fire department. Owner only had the license to operate a tea shop. Systemic corruption exposed 90% hotels operating illegally. Republic investigation uncovers that only 90 out of 1,000 in the national capital are legal. Republic investigation exposes rampant corruption. Delhi death traps have been exposed. VVIP treatment for Giribala Singh and Samad Singh in hospital of the jail, finding loopholes to get the VVIP treatment in jail. Accused Giribala Singh and Samad have been sent to the jail hospital. Giribala Singh cites security concerns, Samad cites injury. After days of speculation, K. Annamalai confirms that he's confirmed to leave the BJP. Viewers, we are going to just break down the numbers for you. Let's break down the numbers for you. How many deaths have been registered since 2020 as far as fire-related incidents are concerned? It's a whopping 376% increase in fire deaths since 2020. Delhi Fire Department data, it's the official data, it's the government data that's revealing the reality. 4 times increase in fire-related deaths in the national capital. Data shows how corruption has increased this figure. Fire-related deaths increases from 346 in 2020 to 2021 to 1,303 in 2023 and 2024. There's been a 4 times increase in the fire-related deaths. And what is very much visible is that corruption is very much it has become a trend. It has been a trend, and it seems that it's only become so rampant, and it's so much okay that everything is okay. The system can be managed. This is the truth, viewers. In fact, the hotel owner who has been sent to police custody, Lavkesh Bajaj, he himself has admitted to these to the flouting of norms, and he's also said that in Delhi everything is possible. Anything is possible. The system can be, in fact, manipulated. These are the figures. Delhi Fire Services data: 346 deaths in the period 2020 to 2021, and 2021 to 2022, 591. So there has been an increase every year. If you see, 2022, 1,029. The next year, 1,303. This is the latest data, the final figure. And the governments can come and go. The MCD control can be with any party, but this corruption is common and it's rampant, viewers. Delhi Fire Services data, this is the government data. And at least this has been registered, we do not know. And in fact, Harsh is joining us live on the broadcast. He's getting us some more of a deeper view of what's happening. Harsh, well, these figures are astonishing, they're stunning. And it's, of course, a shame that this has been going on, that there are governments who promise freebies, they promise everything, but there's no one, no government, no MCD that has been, in fact, able to crack down on these illegally functioning death traps in the national capital.
Right, Rakshita. Now, heads should roll when something of this intensity takes place anywhere across this country. But we are talking about New Delhi this time. This is the national capital city of the country, where while we were reporting yesterday, it was being said that the hotel that caught fire and that later claimed 21 innocent lives was running on a B&B license. Now, it is also being told that it was not even a B&B license, but the hotel owner was only allowed to run a tea shop. Now, let me tell our viewers that under the B&B scheme that now stands scrapped by the Delhi government, only 6 rooms can be operated in any hotel premises, and they cannot even advertise it as a hotel premises because these hotels are usually operated in the residential areas. Now, when we talk about what happened in Malviya Nagar yesterday, it was a hotel premises that was on a tea shop license, and it was operating nearly 25 rooms. 21 people Rakshita. Now it is a big figure. 21 people have tragically lost their life in this incident. And this is not some interior locality of Uttar Pradesh or a village in Bihar. We are talking about the national capital city, one of the poshest location of the town. We're talking about South Delhi, a few meters away from the main road. And 21 people have tragically lost their life in a case of civic apathy. We are saying this a case of civic apathy is because of the fact that its owner, who has now been taken into custody, had the audacity to run 25 rooms in a hotel premises just under the license that was given to him for a tea shop. Now this comes as a shocker, a big shocker when 21 people, let me also tell you that 8 people of the same family, 3 different generations have ended. These were the residents of Sector 46 in Gurugram. I was reporting from there earlier this afternoon, and the entire family has lost their life. 2 daughters, including the husband and a wife, their mother and 3 other relatives have succumbed to this deadly fire that was caused in Malviya Nagar yesterday. Now, Rakshita, when anything of this sort happens across this country, heads should roll. Who should be held accountable?
Yeah.
Our premises that was running on a tea shop license was operating 25 rooms, and now we see 21 people tragically losing their life, Rakshita.
Absolutely. We also have, just stay on with us, Harsh, we also have Saurav joining us. Saurav, well, we have seen that the figures of the government themselves show that there has been a 376% increase in the fire deaths. And this has been normal. This has been, very much common in the city, because there is such a jump in these deaths, these fatalities. And now what we are uncovering is that there are multiple such. There are at least, if we go by the figures, there are only few percent of the functioning B&Bs or all these hotels or restaurants who are actually, legally functioning.
Yes, Rakshita, the people who were dead due to the fire incidents in the national capital, this figure has surged significantly over the past years as the authorities do not learn anything from their past mistakes. And this is time and again we have seen, like 2 months back only, if we talk about the Palam fire, 9 people lost their life in that, as there was also a single entry and exit point and the people could not escape as the fire broke out in the ground floor. However, another case of this negligence came in front of the world when there was a Vivek Vihar fire, when there was a AC blast in second floor of Vivek Vihar, and the people could not escape, and almost 9 to 10 people have died in that incident also, as they have covered their balconies, so that the fire tenders and the fire officials faced several difficulties to cut that, and the rescue operation was delayed because of this. And now we have witnessed the most horrific fire incident in the national capital, where 21 people lost their life, including 18 foreign nationals. And this has also raised several questions on the authorities working in the national capital to look over and keep inspecting the illegal units running in the city. However, after the Republic investigated this whole incident, it was found that there was an underlying corruption in every department, including the Delhi MCD, Delhi Police, Delhi Fire Services, and etc.
Yes.
And because of that only, the owner was able to make this illegal commercial complex in which 21 people lost their life, Rakshita.
Absolutely. Stay on with us. We have more updates coming in. In fact, we have a breaking coming in. The copy of the license, viewers, that Republic TV has accessed, in fact, clearly states that a fire broke out of the hotel, that's the Flourish Stay Hotel, under the bed and breakfast scheme, the bed and breakfast establishment category. And the owner was permitted to construct only 6 rooms. Specifically, 3 rooms on the first floor and 3 on the second floor. But in a complete disregard of the law, we saw that how approximately 26 rooms had been constructed within the hotel, even in the basement. And that resulted in this tragedy. killing 21 people. And the owner of the hotel identified now as Jai Mishra. Earlier, and we've seen that Lavkesh is also the owner who has said that it was Jai Mishra. In fact, he's trying to push the blame on him, that he said that it is okay, that he in fact suggested him some norms or how the norms can be, used or ignored also. And now we have the license showing the Flourish Say Hotel having just a bread and breakfast license. And the violation is that how many rooms were allowed. It's 26 rooms that it had. Saurav continues to tell us more about it. Saurav, just tell us what all lapses have been found. Fire NOC, then there is of course the permission to not have more than 3 rooms, I think, or more than 6 rooms. Yes, only 6 rooms are allowed. And then there is no fire NOC also. And in one of the answers that was sought from the owner, he says that, there is a particular height till when the NOC is required, and after that, no NOC is required. And then he pins the blame on Jai Mishra also.
Yes, Rakshita, Republic has accessed that document in which it is clearly stated that the establishment was given the permission under the beds and bedroom scheme, and they were allowed to make 3 rooms on the first floor, and the other 3 rooms were about to be built on the second floor. However, in the clear violation of this whole approval given by the authorities, now the owner have built nearly 26 rooms in that establishment, because of which 21 people lost their life, including 18 foreign nationals. This is the first lap which we have found. This is the first illegal norm, and they have floated this norm. And apart from this, they don't even have the fire NOC. They were using the DFS rule that the building which is not more than in the height of 15 meters do not need the fire NOC. But that is not true, as the building was nearly 17 meters.
Yes.
17 meter high, and because of that, the building requires a fire NOC.
And who is Jai Mishra, Saurabh? Who is Jai Mishra and where is Jai Mishra?
Which were found in this establishment.
Who is Jai Mishra and what about
him? Currently, Jai Mishra Rakshita, currently Jai Mishra is on the run. During the interrogation of the Delhi police, the main accused, the owner, Lavkesh Bajaj, told that he hired Jai Mishra as a manager and he overlooks all the operations of the whole establishment, and he oversees the guests and the restaurants being run in the premises. He was very much present. Jai Mishra is responsible for day-to-day operations of the whole establishment. This was revealed by Lavkesh Bajaj during the time of interrogation by the Delhi police. And he is currently on the run, and police is making multiple efforts to nab him. Police is conducting raids at multiple locations in the national capital itself to nab him. But currently he is absconding, and the police has told that they are committed to arrest Jai Mishra, who is on the run and who is associated with this fire incident, and because of which 21 people lost their life, Rakshita.
It is the culture of corruption, the cancer of corruption, which has time and again led to the deaths of thousands of people over the years. Thank you so much, Harsh and Saurabh, for joining us with those details. In fact, viewers, can you believe that the counsel for Lavkesh Bajaj says that his client is in fact the victim. Investigation, he says, is currently in preliminary stages, and he opposed the remand because our client is himself the victim. He says that Lavkesh Bajaj is a victim. Now, the issue regarding the construction of additional rooms, he says, is a matter for investigation, and the sections invoked are incorrect, says the counsel. The court, he says, has remanded him to custody for 4 days, and it's very unfortunate, but it's an accident. He says it's an accident. Not getting the NOC may be an accident. Flouting the norms, is it an accident? Maybe it's an accident for him. However, our client, he says, he talks about Lavkesh Bajaj, that he is distressed that his building collapsed and caught fire. And he says that a case involving negligence is also bailable, isn't it?
It's a very unfortunate event. We all are pained कि जो ये हुआ है ये हादसा ही है. और इट इज़ एन एक्सीडेंट, और इस एक्सीडेंट से अब चाहे हमारा क्लाइंट है इज़ ऑल्सो विक्टिम, वो भी तो एक विक्टिम है, उसकी बिल्डिंग गिर गई और उसमें आग लग गई और इस तरीके से वो परेशान है, वो भी तो कौन चाहता है, किसकी नॉलेज होती है, जिसकी नॉलेज हो कि मेरी बिल्डिंग में इस तरीके से आग लग सकती है और मैं उसमें एक्यूज बन जाऊंगा। कोई
ये भी है कि 2 फ्लोर और 6 कमरे की बात थी और जो साक्ष्य सामने है
वो देखिए ये सब तो मेरिट्स की बात है, मेरिट्स की बात है, इन्वेस्टिगेशन का पार्ट है, और मैं वो भी बात आपकी मानता हूँ। चलिए आप ये भी आप करो तो नेग्लिजेंस ही तो होगी। नेग्लिजेंस क्या होता है? इट इज़ अवेलेबल ऑफेंस। आपने 105 में एफआईआर रजिस्टर करी है, 105 में तो नेग्लिजेंस होती है जब आपको पता हो कि उसकी नेग्लिजेंस की वजह से किसी की जान जा सकती है। कौन कहता है कि 4 कमरों की जगह 6 कमरे बना लेंगे तो ये इसकी वजह से किसी की जान चली जाएगी? लेकिन ये मेरिट्स की बात है, सब बाद में डिस्कस होगा, बाद में आर्ग्यू होगा। देयर आर सो मेनी थिंग्स। अभी तो सच्चाई ये है, बहुत इनिशियल स्टेज है, हमने भी उसको ग्राउंड्स ऑफ अरेस्ट ही होता है इनिशियल स्टेज में, जिसको हम चैलेंज करते हैं। हमने चैलेंज भी करा, सुप्रीम कोर्ट की जजमेंट भी दी। हमने कहा ये सुप्रीम कोर्ट में कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन में मैंडेट है, आर्टिकल 22 है, 47 और BNSS है, उसमें ये देना जरूरी है, और ये ना दो, ये दैट विशिएट्स द अरेस्ट ऑल्सो, द रिमांड ऑल्सो। वो ग्राउंड्स होते हैं, वो हमने कहा, उस चीज को जज साहब ने सुना भी, लेकिन 4 दिन का रिमांड दे दिया।
Sir, the police said that there was a 2024 FIR as well. What was it about, if you could tell some more?
वो मेरे को चेक करना पड़ेगा पुरानी कौन FIR क्या है।
So is the lawyer admitting to negligence or saying it's okay to neglect the laws? Is it okay, in fact, that the laws were violated, the rules were violated? That's the big question. And we also pose questions, viewers, to Lavkesh Bajaj. He was confronted by Republic TV. He remained completely silent. Take a look.
Mr. Lavkesh, you कुछ कहेंगे? 21 लोग मारे गए। लवकेश जी कुछ कहेंगे?
Lavkesh, will you say something?
Mr. Lavkesh, कुछ कहेंगे? 21 लोग मारे गए। लवकेश जी कुछ कहेंगे?
Lavkesh, will you say something?
Mr. Lavkesh, कुछ कहेंगे? 21 लोग मारे गए। लवकेश जी कुछ कहेंगे?
Lavkesh, will you say something?
So viewers, in fact, the locals in the neighborhood have also flagged violations, that people of the city are also aware that violations are happening. And it's a free run for all these businessmen that they are allowed to have these death traps functioning. Take a look at this conversation my colleague had with one of the residents of Malviya Nagar, who just lives nearby this hotel.
Sir, ये आपके घर के बिल्कुल सामने?
जी हाँ, बिल्कुल ये घर मेरा है सामने।
हाँ, और बिल्कुल सामने 2 होटल्स चल रहे हैं इलीगल।
2 नहीं, 1, 2, 3 और 4, ये 4 इस लाइन में, तो 4 यहीं पे जी ये इलीगल होटल चल रहे हैं। और अभी से नहीं, ये हो गए 4-5 साल हो गए इसी तरीके से, और अब तो लगातार बनते जा रहे हैं। नए होटल्स एरिया में हौजरानी के अंदर लगातार बन रहे हैं।
यहाँ पे कभी MCD वाले, पुलिस वाले, कोई अथॉरिटी आई होगी, एक्शन लिया होगा?
कुछ नहीं सर, देखिए ये सिस्टम है और ये सिस्टम ऐसे ही चलता है। इसमें MCD भी आती है, हेल्थ भी आता है, लाइसेंसिंग डिपार्टमेंट भी आते हैं, लेकिन उनके मंथली होते हैं, वो अपने हिसाब से मैनेज करके चले जाते हैं। पूरी बिल्डिंग बन गई और सालों से चल भी रहा है।
Viewers, we have now some breaking news coming in, and this is in connection with the Indie Alliance meeting. DMK has now said that it is not going to participate in this meeting of the Indie partners that is slated for the 8th of June in the national capital. In fact, it has decided to stand alone as a party. So you can see the cracks in the Indie Alliance are wider than ever. Before that, the DMK too is distancing itself, is breaking away from the Indie Alliance, saying it's the other allies who will attend the meeting, and it has decided to go alone as Congress is part of India Alliance. So their beef with the Congress party, we've seen that since what happened after Tamil Nadu elections, when Congress joined hands with the TVK for power and breaking the long-term, the decades-long alliance. DMK putting its foot down. Sharda joins us for more on this. Sharda, DMK has boycotted the Indie Alliance, the Indie meeting. It has cited Congress's presence in this meeting.
Yes, Rakshita, as you mentioned, DMK has really put a step down this time, telling that they would not take part in the India meeting because the Congress is part of the India Alliance. Initially, the DMK had stated that if the Congress is not part of the India Alliance, then all other parties, especially Akhilesh Yadav TM parties and Mamata Banerjee CMC, do take part in the India meeting, that they would be taking part in the meeting. But now, as Congress has said that they would still be leading the India Alliance, DMK has said that they will not be taking part in the meeting that's happening in Delhi on June 8th. Announcing a statement, officially the party has decided that all the other allies of the DMK will be going for the meeting, and that it is only the DMK that is not going to go. So we have to wait and watch, because the Congress has already spoken to the communists and also the other smaller parties that are part of the India Alliance in Tamil Nadu to take part in the India meeting, because they are also part of the alliance in the state of Tamil Nadu after TVK took over the state government. So in this case, it's only the DMK that's stepping out, and they have also officially announced that DMK would be the first party that will be raising its voice anytime, even if they are going solo and not part of the alliance. Anything that's against the nation and the state, that they would be the first to go against the center government, is what the official statement of the DMK says.
All right, Shadab, thank you for joining us with those details coming in on that story, viewers. So clearly it's a rift in the Indian alliance that was visible just after the Tamil Nadu elections. And in fact, viewers, we continue to, in fact, bring you more updates on that front. But right now, shifting our focus to what happened in Bihar. It's another fire tragedy that we are reporting on now. It's a tragedy that unfolded in Muzaffarpur of Bihar early this morning as a fire broke out in a hospital, that's the Prasad Hospital, and the blaze reportedly started in the ICU that triggered panic among the patients and the hospital staff as well. Several fire engines were rushed there to the spot, and large-scale rescue operation was also launched. The DM has confirmed multiple fatalities while several patients were safely evacuated. We bring you this report from Muzaffarpur.
A massive fire broke out at Prasad Hospital on Juran Chhapra Road number 3 in Muzaffar Nagar, Bihar around 3 a.m. on Thursday, sending panic through the healthcare facility. Though smoke engulfed parts of the hospital after fumes reportedly erupted inside the intensive care unit, where several critically ill patients were currently undergoing treatment. As the fire spread, emergency services rushed into action. Multiple fire tenders were deployed on the scene, while firefighters, police personnel, hospital staff worked together to evacuate patients trapped inside the building. After hours of firefighting operation, the tragedy claimed the lives of 4 people. Reacting to the tragedy, Bihar Chief Minister Samrat Chaudhary expressed deep sorrow over the loss of lives and extended condolences to the bereaved families. The Chief Minister also announced an ex gratia compensation of 4 lakh rupees each to the next of those who died in the fire. The state government has assured all possible assistance to the affected families. Preliminary reports suggest that a short circuit may have triggered the blaze, although the officials have not yet confirmed the exact cause. Authorities have promised strict action if negligence or violation of safety norms are found during the probe.
And with that, it's a wrap on this edition of the news, but we continue to bring you the story from Bhopal, where VVIP treatment seemed to be granted to Giribala Singh and Samar Singh as they are lodged in the jail hospital, as they allegedly are finding loopholes in the system to get the VVIP treatment in prison.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, मसाला
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ।
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He is accused of rape. After being in jail for 9 months, he gets bail, which means he's still an accused. He's an accused in a rape case. And the case goes back to 2025 when he took an LLB student to one place on the pretext of introducing her to a senior advocate. He drugged her drink and then he sexually assaulted her. He is still under trial for rape. He has not been released. But when he comes out, this rape accused, garlands are put on him as if he's some kind of a hero, as if he's achieved something great. Is a rapist to be celebrated, ladies and gentlemen? I ask you that question. And more than anyone else, I ask the right wing of this country. Very often I come on television and I say, yes, on several issues, I'm happy to be called a right-winger. But ladies and gentlemen, let me put it clearly. You cannot let a person like this man, this Sushil Prajapati, a leader of the Hindu Yuva Vahini, a local thug, a man accused of rape, you cannot celebrate his act of rape.
Welcome to the Thursday edition of our Global Friends, in which we bring to you a roundup of what's happening or what has happened in the last 24 hours around the world. Let's begin in this edition of our Global. We begin with tensions in the Middle East, where a renewed ceasefire between Israel and Lebanon, remember not Hezbollah, is already under strain after fresh violence, despite a US-backed deal aimed at curbing the Hezbollah activity and destabilizing the border, which seems not happening. Moving on, next, we turn to tensions between China and New Zealand after Beijing imposed a one-year ban on 4 Kiwi lawmakers over their visit to Taiwan, escalating diplomatic friction and triggering debate over political freedom and the One China policy. Next, we turn to India, back home, where Prime Minister Modi held talks in New Delhi with Venezuela's acting president Delcy Rodriguez, focusing on strengthening energy security, boosting trade, and expanding investment ties as both countries look to deepen cooperation in the oil and energy sector. And then we end the bulletin where we will cover the Argentina story, where the country is gripped by protests after the killing of a 14-year-old girl reignited the Ni Una Menos movement against femicide. Protesters are blaming authorities and President Javier Milei's government for weakening protections for women in the country. Let's begin with the headlines. Israel-Lebanon ceasefire faces immediate strain after drone strikes and reported cross-border incidents, hours following the renewed agreement. China bans 4 New Zealand MPs for 1 year after Taiwan visit, escalating diplomatic tensions, raising concerns over political intimidation. Prime Minister Modi and Venezuela's Delcy Rodriguez hold talks in New Delhi to expand oil trade and strengthen energy cooperation as India diversifies crude supplies amid global disruptions. Protest returns to Argentina as outrage over killing of a 14-year-old girl spark nationwide protests and political backlash over gender violence policies. A renewed ceasefire between Israel and Lebanon is facing an early test after fresh violence erupted just hours after the agreement was announced. The US-backed deal calls for new security zones in southern Lebanon and aims to reduce cross-border hostilities involving the Hezbollah. But Israeli drone strikes and reports of continued security incidents have raised doubts about the truce's durability.
Smoke billowed over southern Lebanon on Thursday, just hours after Israel and Lebanon agreed to renew their fragile ceasefire. The agreement establishes new security zones in southern Lebanon where Hezbollah fighters would be prohibited from operating. Despite the deal, Israeli drone strikes hit multiple locations across southern Lebanon shortly after the announcement. The strikes reportedly killed at least one person and injured 4 others. Israel says it intercepted a Hezbollah drone over northern Israel amid continued security tensions. The renewed exchange of fire has raised fresh concerns about the stability of the ceasefire. The conflict has also highlighted differences between Washington and Israel, with the US calling for restraint. President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu have downplayed the reports of tensions between them. With diplomatic efforts continuing, uncertainty remains over whether the truce can prevent a wider escalation.
Right, for the first time, China has banned 4 New Zealand lawmakers for a year over their visit to Taiwan. According to China, they have violated their One China principle. Chinese embassy in New Zealand said the ban was a result of the MPs disregarding China's serious concerns and insisting on visiting Taiwan as parliamentarians. Beijing has also demanded that they should apologize for their parliamentary trip to Taiwan. The visit in May comprised lawmakers from the ruling coalition, Maureen Pugh, David Wilson and Laura McClure, as well as Duncan Webb from the opposition Labour Party visiting Taipei. Here's more detail on this story.
Beijing has banned 4 New Zealand lawmakers from entering China. The ban came after they visited officials in Taiwan in May. They are reportedly accused of interfering in Chinese domestic affairs. The people who were banned consist of Maureen Pugh, David Wilson, Laura McClure, as well as Duncan Webb from the opposition Labour Party. Responding to the ban, lawmaker Laura McClure made some big statements.
So I found out via an email that came actually from the office of the Clerk of Parliament, and that the Chinese embassy had visited them and indicated their displeasure at the visit and wanted to pass on the message that myself and the other members of Parliament had been effectively banned for 1 year from China.
There's a big take as it's the first time for the New Zealand parliamentarians. Lawmaker Laura McClure stated that these trips were happening for a while.
I was really surprised, to be honest, because these trips have been happening consistently. New Zealand has not changed their stance on the one China policy. It's been the same for, nearly 50 or so years, and these trips have been happening for a really long time.
She added that this ban sends an intimidating message.
What I do think is that this is an intimidation tactic to put off future members of Parliament travelling to Taiwan or to other countries that potentially, China might not be happy about. So I think this is an intimidation tactic, and I think it sends that quite a serious message across, and very concerning.
Reacting to the apology demand, the lawmaker said that it's a part of my job to maintain relations.
Absolutely not. I will not be apologising for travelling to Taiwan or travelling anywhere else in the world. It's part of my job as an elected representative of New Zealand to go to other countries to discuss the shared interest, to talk about trade, look for new opportunities, and again, particularly with that Indigenous connection, I think it is really important that we do have a good relationship with Taiwan and the likes of China as well. So I won't be apologising for visiting at all.
Meanwhile, the Australian Parliament has also expressed concerns and said they are free to make their own decisions about their travel. Now with the Wellington backing its lawyers, the decision is likely to add another layer of strain to New Zealand and China relations.
Chinese having a go at the Kiwis. Who takes on New Zealand? The Chinese can. Moving on. Prime Minister Modi held talks in New Delhi with Venezuela's acting president Delcy Rodriguez, focusing on strengthening energy security, trade and investment ties between the two countries. The discussions come as India, heavily dependent on crude oil imports, looks to diversify its energy sources amid global supply disruptions, with Venezuela emerging as a key partner in its evolving oil strategy and broader engagement with Latin America. In fact, last month, Venezuela breached the top 5 ranking when it comes to India's oil supplies. That's a big one. Take a look.
In New Delhi, Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi held talks with Venezuela's acting president Delcy Rodriguez, marking a renewed push to deepen bilateral ties. The discussion centered on energy security, trade expansion and investment cooperation as India seeks to diversify its crude oil sources amid global supply disruptions. India, which imports nearly 90% of its oil needs, has recently increased purchases of Venezuelan crude after easing sanctions and shifting global supply chains.
In fact, in our spot purchases, Venezuela has already emerged as the 3rd largest supplier this month. So quite naturally, today's discussions focused on forging an energy partnership. They see India as a stable demander for many years to come. And therefore, there exists a perfect complementarity for India and Venezuela to work in the energy sector, both upstream as well as downstream. But having said that, the discussions also went into broadening the economic partnership to other areas.
Officials say Indian public sector companies are exploring new opportunities in Venezuela's energy sector, signaling a broader strategic energy partnership. As both nations expand cooperation, the visit highlights how shifting geopolitics is reshaping global oil flows and strengthening India's engagement with Latin America.
Our next one from Venezuela's neighborhood, Argentina is witnessing a fresh wave of nationwide outrage as the Ni Una Menos, or Not One Women Less movement returns to the streets, reignited by the brutal killing of a 14-year-old, Agustina Vega. Candlelight vigils and mass protests have erupted across Buenos Aires and Cordoba, with demonstrators accusing authorities of negligence and the government of President Javier Milei of weakening protections for women by defunding gender violence programs. As grief turns into political anger, activists say Agustina's case reflects a deeper crisis of femicide and accountability in the country.
Candlelight vigils, tearful protests, women demanding justice. 11 years after the Ni Una Menos movement shook Argentina and world, history is bleeding all over again.
Hoy a 11 años de Ni Una Menos, estamos movilizándonos por justicia, por Agostina, por Dulce, por Noelia, en un contexto muy particular porque este Ni Una Menos se da bajo un gobierno como es el gobierno de Milei, que viene desfinanciando absolutamente todas las políticas para combatir la violencia de género, y creemos que el caso de Agostina muestra las responsabilidades políticas, ¿no? De la policía, jueces, políticos.
A 14-year-old girl, Agustina Vega, has become the face of a new national outrage. She left home to pick up a gift for her mother, but never returned. What followed was a horror that has left an entire nation traumatized. Investigators say Agustina was sexually assaulted. Her remains were discovered inside a drainage ditch days after she went missing. Agustina's murder has reignited a movement born out of another young girl's murder in 2015. Thousands flooded the streets of Buenos Aires and Cordoba.
que no sea en vano la muerte de mi nieta. Porque mi nieta hoy está donde está porque no actuaron cuando lo tenían que hacer. 4 días esperaron. 4 días esperaron.
Acompaña. Veo a la familia de Agostina. Hemos seguido el caso todos los días, hasta tarde.
De abuso sexual infantil por parte de su progenitor. Desde entonces comenzaron un derrotero con quienes nos gobiernan. Cuando pongan gente en esos lugares, que sea gente que tenga empatía, humanidad, que sepan escuchar al otro.
Protesters are now accusing President Javier Milei for turning its back on women's safety. Unfortunately, under Milei, Argentina's women ministry has been scrapped. Programs for victims of gender violence have been defunded. Human rights groups say more than 100 women have been killed this year alone, while many cases are still fighting to be recognized as femicides.
US President Donald Trump has endorsed Colombian right-wing candidate Abelardo de la Espriella ahead of the presidential runoff, calling the election important for US-Colombia relations and criticizing his opponent Ivan Cepeda as radical left. De la Espriella, a political outsider, welcomed the support and promised closer cooperation with Washington on security and crime as the contest unfolds under President Gustavo Petro, amid rising concerns over violence and instability. Colombia is important because of all the gangs that operate, drug gangs that operate out of that soil and target the United States. That's why perhaps Trump's endorsement of a candidate. Take a look.
Abelardo de la Espriella is not just a lawyer. He is also a successful businessman with lifestyle brands, owns properties in Miami and Florence. He represents a shift to more radical far-right politics in Latin America, aligned with Trump, Bukele, Milei, etc.
Estamos defendiendo la democracia y la libertad de Colombia. Es la batalla más importante en la historia republicana y vamos a ganar en primera vuelta para derrotar a la tiranía y derrotar a los de siempre.
Candidates Abelardo de la Espriella and Paloma Valencia have vowed to come down on armed groups with a heavier hand. Espriella, a Trump admirer, has openly embraced El Salvador's war on gangs, which has sharply dipped homicides, but has also fueled accusations of human rights abuses. The two leaders will continue on to a second round later this month in an election with implications for the political trajectory of Latin America.
Un aplauso para el próximo vicepresidente.
El único proceso de paz en el que creo es ese que se impone con la fuerza de las armas y la ley de la República. En mi gobierno, bandido que se resista será dado de baja como corresponde. Y si se somete, lo vamos a encarcelar en una megacárcel para que pague su deuda con la justicia como corresponde. Avión que salga cargado con droga, yo como comandante en jefe voy a darle la orden a la Fuerza Aérea que lo baje. No salen dos, el tercero se asusta. Lancha que salga cargada de droga, voy a dar la orden que la hundan con la gente que vaya adentro. Yo respondo por eso. Pero no voy a dejar que salga más droga de Colombia.
Fresh visuals have revealed the devastating impact of the latest escalation in the West Asia conflict, with Kuwait releasing surveillance footage showing the moment a drone slammed into a passenger terminal at the Kuwait International Airport on Wednesday, that's yesterday, killing one Indian national and injuring dozens of others. The attack briefly forced the closure of the airport operations and has raised fresh concerns over the fragile ceasefire between Iran and the United States. In fact, we also have an understanding of Trump on what constitutes ceasefire, but after this report.
These dramatic surveillance visuals capture the moment a drone strikes towards Kuwait International Airport. Seconds later, it slams directly into a passenger terminal, triggering a massive explosion and sending debris flying across the facility. Kuwait says hostile drones targeted the airport, killing one person and injuring more than 60, including passengers and airport workers. Among the deceased was an Indian national, according to the Indian Embassy in Kuwait. The attack comes just days after the terminal reopened. Kuwait has blamed Iran for the strike, while Tehran denies targeting the airport and claims the damage was caused by a US-made interceptor that failed to hit Iranian missiles. Even as mediators push for a longer ceasefire, fresh attacks continue to threaten stability across West Asia.
SpaceX has added another batch of Starlink satellites into orbit, continuing its rapid launch schedule in 2026. A Falcon 9 rocket lifted off from Cape Canaveral in Florida, United States, carrying 29 Starlink satellites after a day's delay. The launch is the latest step in the expansion of the world's largest satellite internet constellation. Here are the details.
After a day's delay due to weather conditions, SpaceX successfully launched its Starlink 1043 mission from Cape Canaveral Space Station in Florida. A Falcon 9 rocket blasted off from Launch Complex 40 carrying 29 Starlink V2 mini satellites into low Earth orbit, adding to the company's growing satellite internet network. The launched satellites are part of SpaceX's second-generation Starlink system. The V2 mini satellites are designed to provide greater network capacity, faster internet speed, and improved coverage. Starlink has become the largest satellite constellation ever assembled, with SpaceX having launched more than 10,000 Starlink satellites, with thousands currently providing broadband internet service across the globe. The launch also highlighted SpaceX's unmatched pace into the commercial space sector, with the company having already conducted dozens of Falcon 9 missions this year alone. With another mission successfully completed, SpaceX continued to expand its global satellite network while reinforcing its position as the world's most active launch provider.
And now back to the ceasefire definition of US President Donald Trump. Asked by a reporter how he defines ceasefire, Trump said, in that part of the world, which is West Asia, a ceasefire is essentially when the shooting continues, but in a more moderate way, perhaps suggesting that the American and the Iranians having a go at each other is par for the course, even during ceasefire. Take a listen.
How do you define ceasefire? How do you define ceasefire?
Pretty much the way it is. It's a different part of the world. You know, I'd say in that part of the world, ceasefire is when you're shooting in a more moderate manner.
How do you define ceasefire? How do you define ceasefire?
Pretty much the way it is. It's a different part of the world. You know, I'd say in that part of the world, ceasefire is when you're shooting in a more moderate manner.
A lot happened in the last 24 hours, from Alaska to Australia and, of course, from South Africa to Beijing. But this is all we could pack for you in 20 minutes. Thanks for watching. Short break coming up on the other side. This is Exclusive with Niranjan. He brings to you updates with some exclusive elements on the corruption, scale of corruption that led to the death of 21, including 18 foreigners in the Delhi fire tragedy yesterday. Be right there.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा प्योर मसाला
AU करंट अकाउंट के साथ मिलता है फ्री UPI QR ओवरड्राफ्ट फैसिलिटी और एक ही ऐप से बैंक के सारे काम। AU
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Twisha Sharma, who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice, for bringing something that's utterly false, illegal or wrong to public attention? It is only
Co-powered by Crystal Crop Protection, देश का किसान, देश का हीरो।
Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से MTH का जल जीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा प्योर मसाला।
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He is accused of rape. After being in jail for 9 months, he gets bail, which means he's still an accused. He's an accused in a rape case. And the case goes back to 2025 when he took an LLB student to one place on the pretext of introducing her to a senior advocate. He drugged her drink and then he sexually assaulted her. He is still under trial for rape. He has not been released. But when he comes out, this rape accused, garlands are put on him as if he's some kind of a hero, as if he's achieved something great. Is a rapist to be celebrated, ladies and gentlemen? I ask you that question. And more than anyone else, I ask the right wing of this country. Very often I come on television and I say, yes, on several issues, I'm happy to be called a right-winger. But ladies and gentlemen, let me put it clearly. You cannot let a person like this man, this Sushil Prajapati, a leader of the Hindu Yuva Vahini, a local thug, a man accused of rape, you cannot celebrate his act of rape or celebrate the fact that the rapist is out on bail. If that is the message we want to send to our society, and if all the BJP leaders want to be quiet about it, I want to ask them, why are they quiet about this? Why are they quiet? In the silence of the BJP leaders, is there a tacit support to this person? Is there a feeling that anyone who wears or puts a, proclaims that he is from a so-called Hindu organization, that he will be allowed to get away with absolutely everything, including an act of rape? Is there a feeling?
Giribala getting VVIP treatment in jail. Judge Giribala and son shifted to jail hospital. Is Giribala the jail judge gaming the system? Debating tonight at 8 p.m. Presenting by Zoho Business Software, trusted by 15 crore users. Co-powered by IIHM International Institute of Hotel Management. Co-powered by Crystal Crop Protection, देश का किसान, देश का हीरो.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात. वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा. सबका राजा और मसाला. केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो. मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार. विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे.
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं.
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा. रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना.
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं. रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ.
8 मिनट में तैयार.
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला.
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Twisha Sharma, who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice, for bringing something that's utterly false?
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Thank you for joining us on This Is Exclusive, ladies and gentlemen. One thing is crystal clear on the fire in the national capital. Why did the fire take place, and how do such incidents take place again and again and again? Why do we have so many incidents of fire and people die every single year and we do nothing about it? Today on Republic TV, on This Is Exclusive, we get you our investigation. Now, what does the Republic investigation show? We went to hotels in different parts of the national capital, in Mahipalpur, Malviya Nagar, and we expose how the hotel owners, managers themselves admit that they don't have licenses and yet are willing to break the rules. They talk about it openly, saying that the system is managed, they will manage it through corruption, and that there is absolutely no harm if they break the rules and serve customers. What they admit in turn is that they don't really give a damn about the lives of people or the rules.
They don't care if people die. That's exactly what they have admitted. Here are the headlines, and then we have a Republic TV investigation on the Delhi's fire tragedy and the death traps. Here are the headlines. It becomes increasingly clear that corruption was the reason why the hotel operated. Corruption is the reason why 21 people died. Open admission of 90% of the hotels in Delhi with a B&B license. Most of them are running illegally. Many of them don't have fire NOCs in the national capital. System is managed, they say on record, saying that officials are corrupt and that somehow by paying a bribe they keep the business running. It's a Republic TV investigation, ladies and gentlemen. On This Is Exclusive, we are playing out a few sting operation videos. Now, these are videos that we had to shoot because we had to find ways to expose how Delhi's death traps continue to operate 36 hours after a tragedy. We went to different parts of Delhi, and in this particular part of the segment, we go to two hotels, two B&Bs in Mahipalpur, New Delhi. And what this operation shows you essentially is that despite a tragedy, despite 21 lives being lost, hotel owners continue to operate freely. They're ready to break the rules. They're ready to violate the B&B norms. And you had the minister saying that B&B policy is being scrapped. But the hotel owners say that nothing is going to stop them from doing their business, from giving out rooms beyond permissible limit. We're playing that out. Our colleagues Harsh, Sarthak and Saurav getting us this investigative report. Let's play that out.
पीछे वाले होटल लोग बोल रहे हैं कि मेरे को ऐसा नहीं चाहिए कि मैं गेस्ट आ जाए शाम को उनको खाली वाली करूँ लाइसेंस चला ही सकता है B&B तो नहीं है ना इसका B&B का लाइसेंस होता है उसी में लाइसेंस कहते हैं B&B जिनके पास नहीं होता वो B&B नहीं होते हैं वो कभी खाली हो सकते हैं जिनके पास लाइसेंस होता है ये लगा हुआ हमें कोई खाली नहीं करा हाँ वो वैसा कुछ तो नहीं है ना फिर उससे मैंने पूछा तो उन्होंने रूम दिखा दिया मुझे फिर वो बोल रहे थे कि 7 रूम्स नहीं हो पाएगा क्योंकि उनके पास लाइसेंस नहीं B&B का ऐसा कुछ रूल नहीं है कि कितने रूम्स हैं होने चाहिए एक बार दिखा दो शाम को 6:30 बजे ऊपर तो चेकआउट करेंगे सिंगल नहीं है मेरे को 6-7 रूम चाहिए मैं पूछ रहा था कि ऐसा कुछ B&B वाला इशू तो नहीं है पीछे वाले होटल लोग बोल रहे हैं कि मेरे को ऐसा नहीं चाहिए कि मैं गेस्ट आ जाए शाम को उनको खाली वाली करूँ लाइसेंस B&B तो नहीं है ना इसका B&B का लाइसेंस होता है उसी में लाइसेंस कहते हैं B&B जिनके पास नहीं होता वो B&B नहीं होते हैं वो कभी खाली हो सकते हैं जिनके पास लाइसेंस होता है ये लगा हुआ हमें कोई खाली नहीं करा हाँ वो वैसा कुछ तो नहीं है ना फिर उससे मैंने पूछा तो उन्होंने रूम दिखा दिया मुझे फिर वो बोल रहे थे कि 7 रूम्स नहीं हो पाएगा क्योंकि उनके पास लाइसेंस नहीं B&B का ऐसा कुछ रूल नहीं है ना कि कितने रूम्स हैं होने चाहिए एक बार दिखा दो शाम को 6:30 बजे आने वाले ऊपर तो चेकआउट करेंगे सिंगल नहीं है मेरे को 6-7 रूम चाहिए मैं पूछ रहा था कि ऐसा कुछ B&B वाला इशू तो नहीं है पीछे वाले होटल लोग बोल रहे हैं कि मेरे को ऐसा नहीं चाहिए कि मैं गेस्ट आ जाए शाम को उनको खाली वाली करूँ लाइसेंस चला ही सकता है B&B तो नहीं है ना इसका B&B का लाइसेंस होता है उसी में लाइसेंस कहते हैं B&B जिनके पास नहीं होता वो B&B नहीं होते हैं वो कभी खाली हो सकते हैं जिनके पास लाइसेंस होता है ये लगा हुआ हमें कोई खाली नहीं करा हाँ वो वैसा कुछ तो नहीं है ना कि उससे मैंने पूछा तो उन्होंने रूम दिखा दिया मुझे, फिर वो बोल रहे थे कि 7 रूम्स नहीं हो पाएगा क्योंकि उनके पास लाइसेंस नहीं। बीएनबी का ऐसा कुछ रूल नहीं है ना कि कितने रूम्स हैं होना चाहिए। एक बार दिखा दो, शाम को 6:30 बजे आने वाले हैं, ऊपर तो चेकआउट करेंगे।
Okay. So in this part of the video, we ask him whether he can give us 7 rooms. He can't do that as per the law because the BNB license rules tell you that you can only rent out 6 rooms. He says, I will give you 7, don't worry about it, it's my headache, nobody can vacate us. He goes on camera and he admits that he will give us 7 rooms. So this is that video, but now let me play you another video. Now in this video, another hotel, similar area. Here, the owner admits that 90% of the hotels are illegal. He says, of those which are legal, 50% of them have a BNB license. Now, he goes into detail about how the system is gamed, and then even talks about how, there is a 10 lakh fine, so people won't really take that risk right now, but after 1 month, people will continue to go back and do what they have to, give out the rooms to whoever they have to. Listen into this.
एयरपोर्ट के पास और कौन सा जगह है जहाँ मिल जाएगा? 2000 2,500 हम जैसे बोल के बैठे वो लोग 2,500 में बेच रहे हैं। वही जो बीएनबी वाले लाइसेंस वाले हैं वे दे रहे हैं। नंबर ऑफ रूम्स बिल्कुल ब्लॉक हो गए ना। 90% लोगों के पास लाइसेंस नहीं है बीएनबी का, और 50% लोगों के पास बीएनबी का लाइसेंस है। बीएनबी में 6 से ज़्यादा आप लगा सकते हैं, 1 महीना तक ऐसे ही रहेगा। 6 से ज़्यादा जो लगाएगा उसका जवाब देना पड़ जाएगा आगे। वैली का वो लाइसेंस कोई तो चेन वो हॉस्टलर करके भी है, हॉस्टलर में चले जाओ, वो तो लाइसेंस होगा ना, वो तो चेन है क्योंकि वो तो देखो वहाँ जाके ही पता चलेगा, वो भी नई प्रॉपर्टी है। बाकी लाइन सारे बीएनबी वाले ही हैं। एक कुछ भी पहले से पता कर लेना, उसमें भी लाइसेंस बीएनबी वालों में लिखा होगा, जैसे आपने बीएनबी लिखा तो उसमें तो मैं बाहर लिखा होगा। बीएनबी वाले को गाड़ी की जरूरत नहीं है आपको, तो फिर उसमें आपको बात हो जाएगी। कभी भी गाड़ी ले सकता है बीएनबी वाले से, मुझे कोई टेंशन है, ऐसी बात नहीं है। प्रोटोकॉल इतने सारे हैं, बोलेगा फायर एक्सिस्ट का है, फायर प्रूफ का है, अलार्म का है। बीएनबी में वही शहर मैक्सिमम होता है। चलो ठीक है भैया, थैंक यू।
Now, okay, so we went to some of these hotels, and Saurav and Sarthak have also done an investigation. We'll play out the full report at 9 p.m. when Arnab debates it tonight. Saurav, and okay, let me go to Harsh first. Harsh, what did you find out in these 2 hotels? Where did you go? What did you ask them? And what does this sting prove?
Right, Naranjan, now these are the hotels that are based out of Mahipalpur in New Delhi. This is another locality in the national capital city of this country. This comes just the next day after 21 people have tragically lost their life in a shocking case of civic apathy. Now we are calling it a shocking case of civic apathy is because of the fact that the owner of this hotel in Malviya Nagar that eventually claimed 21 lives yesterday was running on a tea shop license. We earlier reported, it was earlier told that he was on a bed and breakfast license, but it is later confirmed that he was on a tea shop license and he was operating 25 such rooms in his hotel premises. Now 21 people have tragically lost their life in this shocking case of civic apathy, and now when we went to another location in the national capital city, we are talking about another posh locality in the national capital city in Mahipalpur, multiple such hotels. These are not just 1 or 2 hotels, but there are a series of hotels all on busy streets. They're operating without any fear of the system, without any fear of the law. They say they call themselves, because they are registered under the bed and breakfast scheme of the Delhi government, which obviously now stands cancelled, but they are clearly operating without any fear. They say that the matter will be brought to light for the next month. The matter is heated up for the next entire month because the media has started to report it, and hence they won't be able to give us rooms for the next 1 month. But they have clearly flouted rooms when they have went on to offer us 7 rooms. Now, under the B&B scheme that now stands cancelled by the Delhi government, no hotel premises is allowed to rent out more than 6 rooms. They are not even allowed to run restaurants or banquet halls, and they're not even allowed to put a hoarding like they do in a normal hotel, because these are the hotels that are usually situated in residential areas, and hence they were not allowed to put out banners or posters of these hotels that run under the B&B scheme. But what we see in Mahipalpur and multiple different locations across the national capital city, the system is under scrutiny because they are the hotel owners, they are the managers who are clearly flouting these rules. They are under the B&B scheme. One of the hotel managers, in fact, went on to tell us that nearly 90% of these hotels don't even have a license, and the ones who have these licenses are either on the B&B scheme or they don't have a license completely. So this comes as a big shocker just the next day after 21 people have to tragically lose their life. And remember, this is a hotel that was running on a tea shop license. Nearly 25 rooms were operated, and this is a posh locality in South Delhi. This is just a few meters away from the main road in Malviya Nagar, and this is a shocking case of civic apathy that we bring to you on Republic TV, where we see that such hotels continue to operate the next day in different localities across the city. We're talking about the national capital city, and they have no fear of law, no accountability whatsoever, just a day after when 21 people have to tragically lose their life. Niranjan.
I think we have a guest joining us on the show as well. Let me take one question with him. Mr. Prabhat, Dr. Prabhat Rahang Dale. He's live from Mumbai. He's a fire safety expert. He's also the former fire chief of Mumbai and director of Maharashtra Fire Services. He's served, in the past in the fire department. So I can quickly get in a word from him. Dr. Prabhat, when you look at, isn't it an open secret that these things happen? People just bribe their way through without an NOC, a fire NOC. And before I go across to him, that is Dr. Prabhat, let me go to Sarthak as well, because Sarthak also did a report. He went inside the adjoining building. There is an adjoining building to the Flourish Stays building that caught fire, where 21 people died, of which 12 of them, we are told, were foreigners. Now, an adjoining building had permission for 6 rooms, but had 26 rooms operating. Now, that is how openly people are breaking the rules, Sarthak. It's rampant across Delhi. That's what we are hearing. In fact, that's what even our investigation shows, isn't it? Sarthak.
Well, absolutely, Niranjan. Most of these guest houses and hotels which are located in this area, this so-called posh area of Malviya Nagar, it's a residential area. Most of these guest houses have been given a license under the B&B scheme, which is the bed and breakfast schemes, where they are not supposed to operate more than 6 rooms in their hotel. They are not supposed to have a restaurant in their hotel, no kitchen in the hotel. This was a purpose that was what was granted by the Delhi government to empower these small businesses. But certainly these hotel owners have found a loophole in the entire system, the entire establishment, where they are operating more than 20 rooms per hotel. We also, just 2 blocks away, there was a nearby hotel which goes by the name Green Residency. We were also able to gain access to the exclusive order of the B&B license that was granted to them, which clearly says that they cannot have more than 6 rooms, 3 on the first floor, 3 on the second floor, not more than that, or 3 on the ground floor, but no, in total not more than 6 rooms. We went inside the hotel, we investigated how many rooms in total they were having. We climbed up 2 floors and we found out there were easily 15 rooms at that point, and the number was going higher. There were 2 more floors. That was a 4-story building. This particular hotel behind me, which got completely burned yesterday morning at around 8:10, was a 5-story building. On the ground floor, there was a kitchen. There was a kitchen operating where the fire broke out. There were rooms on the upper floors, and there was a single entry exit point. So basically, no safety norms were taken into check There was no accountability. They did not have a fire NOC. As a matter of fact, the owner of the property...
Sarthak, be with me because I have a guest joining in as well. So I just need to quickly take a question with our guest, Dr. Prabhat Rahangdale, who's been a former fire chief in Mumbai and director of the Maharashtra Fire Services. Dr. Prabhat, how is it possible without corruption that such fire incidents happen? You look at the numbers from 2020 to 2024. There's been 4x the number of fire deaths. I don't know whether he can hear us. I am losing the video.
Yeah, I can very well hear you.
Yes.
Yeah, first of all, it is a very tragic kind of incident. The floating of the norm is is one of the apathy, not only in Delhi, but every part of the India which is happening. This is definitely one of the unfortunate incident. But recently there were a lot of fires which occurred in hospitals where innocent lives are getting lost.
But is it because of corruption? I mean, isn't it corruption? And my question to you is simple: isn't it corruption? Corruption keeps them running, no?
See, there are two ways to look into it. Okay. First, as per my experience, okay, no doubt there is a corruption. That is one angle to look into. But whether the system, now there is a NOC, which is one of the question mark. What is the capability of the Delhi Fire Service or Mumbai Fire Service? Or apart from that, these are the metro city, at least infrastructure wise and the manpower wise. There is a deficiency of 30 to 40% of a manpower. And how you are expecting it, in a kind of you just see what kind of inspections are required, what kind of a mitigation measure required, and what kind of a support system and logistics support is given to a fire service personnel. That is another question mark into whole system failure. So that is what...
Sir, I'll tell you, sir, it's not possible that without corruption and without maybe even the fire services department, who knows, fire services, I have a report. The fire services, Delhi Fire Services on its website put out a safety report, and there is a statistic as of December 2025 that only 90 out of 1,000 had a fire NOC. Only 90 out of 1,000. So how is it that all these hotels and restaurants are functioning not just in Delhi but across the country? How is it possible that the fire department is not corrupt in this? Let me get in a question from Saurav as well. Saurav is joining us also. Saurav went to some of these hotels. He spoke to people. People are openly saying there is corruption. Isn't it, Saurav? You said that the area where the fire happened, there are at least 13 illegal hotels, right? 13, right? 13 in just a few hundred meters.
Yes, Niranjan, there are basically 13 hotels running on same B&B licenses, and they are also openly flaunting all the norms. They are saying that they don't need any license from the government, they don't need any fire NOC. They are now also handing over the rooms to the guests who are coming at their location and asking for rooms. And let me tell our viewers that they are doing this all illegally, as we have also shown our viewers that they are also running an open air restaurant on the top of the building, and that is completely illegal. They can only run a kitchen, that too in a smaller capacity. But still they are running an open air restaurant. There are 6 to 7 floors built there. More than 20 to 25 rooms are present at a particular hotel. And these kind of hotels are not only limited to 1 or 2, but there are a total of 13 hotels present at the same location, where 21 people lost their life, including the 12 foreign nationals. And now the authorities are getting the authorities are getting them, and they are inspecting all these locations, and they are about to seal all these locations. But still, what they have done,
I want to play that video before I end, because I have very limited time. Saurav, I just want to quickly play those, those sting tapes of how these hotel managers / owners admit themselves that 90% of them are illegal, and how they admit that they are willing to break the rules. I want to play out both the clips and then we'll take a break. We'll come back. It's also a debate at 9 p.m. with Arnab. I want to play the clip out. Can we play that out, please, quickly?
पीछे वाले लोग बोल रहे हैं कि मेरे को ऐसा नहीं चाहिए कि मैं गेस्ट आ जाए शाम को उनको खाली वाली करा सकूं। लाइसेंस बीएनबी तो नहीं है ना इसका। बीएनबी का लाइसेंस होता है, उसी में लाइसेंस कहते हैं बीएनबी। जिनके पास नहीं होता वो बीएनबी नहीं होते हैं, वो कभी खाली हो सकते हैं। जिनका लाइसेंस होता है ये लगा हुआ, हमें कोई खाली नहीं करा सकता। हाँ वो वैसा कुछ तो नहीं है ना कि उससे मैंने पूछा तो उन्होंने रूम दिखा दिया मुझे, फिर वो बोल रहे थे कि 7 रूम्स नहीं हो पाएगा क्योंकि उनके पास लाइसेंस नहीं होगा। बीएनबी का ऐसा कुछ रूल नहीं है ना कि कितने रूम्स होना चाहिए। एक बार दिखा दो, शाम को 6:30 बजे आना ऊपर तो चेकआउट करेंगे। सिंगल नहीं है भैया, मेरे को 6-7 रूम चाहिए। मैं पूछ रहा था कि ऐसा कुछ बीएनबी वाला इशू नहीं है। पीछे वाले लोग बोल रहे हैं कि मेरे को ऐसा नहीं चाहिए कि मैं गेस्ट आ जाए शाम को उनको खाली वाली करा सकूं। लाइसेंस बीएनबी तो नहीं है ना इसका। बीएनबी का लाइसेंस होता है, उसी में लाइसेंस कहते हैं बीएनबी। जिनके पास नहीं होता वो बीएनबी नहीं होते हैं, वो कभी खाली हो सकते हैं। जिनका लाइसेंस होता है ये लगा हुआ, हमें कोई खाली नहीं करा सकता। हाँ वो वैसा कुछ तो नहीं है ना कि उससे मैंने पूछा तो उन्होंने रूम दिखा दिया मुझे, फिर वो बोल रहे थे कि 7 रूम्स नहीं हो पाएगा क्योंकि उनके पास लाइसेंस नहीं होगा। बीएनबी का ऐसा कुछ रूल नहीं है ना कि कितने रूम्स होना चाहिए। एक बार दिखा दो, शाम को 6:30 बजे आना ऊपर तो चेकआउट करेंगे।
That's how openly they do it. And imagine just 24 to 36 hours after the fire, it's happening in Delhi. They're willing to break the rules again, put people's lives at risk again. That's it on this edition of This Is Exclusive. Thanks for watching.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है, स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ,
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He's accused of rape. After being in jail for 9 months, he gets bail, which means he's still an accused. He's an accused in a rape case. And the case goes back to 2025 when he took an LLB student to one place on the pretext of introducing her to a senior advocate. He drugged her drink and then he sexually assaulted her. He is still under trial for rape. He has not been released. But when he comes out, this rape accused, garlands are put on him as if he's some kind of a hero, as if he's achieved something great. Is a rapist to be celebrated, ladies and gentlemen? I ask you that question. And more than anyone else, I ask the right wing of this country. Very often I come on television and I say, yes, on several issues, I'm happy to be called a right-winger. But ladies and gentlemen, let me put it clearly. You cannot let a person like this man, this Sushil Prajapati, a leader of the Hindu Yuva Vahini, a local thug, a man accused of rape, you cannot celebrate his act of rape or celebrate the fact that the rapist is out on bail. If that is the message we want to send to our society, and if all the BJP leaders want to be quiet about it, I want to ask them.
AU करंट अकाउंट के साथ मिलता है फ्री यूपीआई क्यूआर ओवरड्राफ्ट फैसिलिटी और एक ही ऐप से बैंक के सारे काम। AU
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
ऑक्टोरोमा मैनुअल वाइंडिंग 4 लोगों के पास है।
कुछ इससे भी अनोखा।
कमला पसंद सिर्फ एक अनोखा स्वाद। कमला पसंद पान मसाला।
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा सिप MTH का जलजीरा जीरा सिप।
जीरा सिप असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
रानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े।
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Twisha Sharma, who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice, for bringing something that's utterly false, illegal or wrong to public attention? It is only and only the media. And today, therefore, we are doing a media trial in this specific case, ladies and gentlemen, of Twisha Sharma, the 33-year-old daughter-in-law of an ex-judge, in a case where the ex-judge and the ex-judge's advocate son appear to be more than involved. Ladies and gentlemen, 15 questions tonight. And if they think it's a media trial, so be it. So be it. Why did the ex-judge in the case of Twisha Sharma, neither she nor her son call a police or an ambulance? What took them 57 minutes to bring the body down? Where are the 3 men who are seen in the video dragging Twisha's body, destroying evidence?
Hello and a very warm welcome. You're watching Super Prime Time on Republic TV. I'm Gesu Bharadwaj, and viewers, we're getting you a roundup of everything that's unfolded through the day, right from Bihar to what's happening in Delhi. We in fact will also take you through the details of Twisha's unnatural death case and how far the investigations have reached in that particular case. But first, here's a check on your headlines for the hour. Take a look. Delhi Inferno kills 21. The owner admits what Republic flagged earlier. The hotel did not have NOC from the fire department. In fact, the owner only had license to operate a tea shop, but a restaurant was being run. Systematic corruption has been exposed. 90% hotels operating illegally. Republic investigation uncovers only 90 out of 1,000 hotels are legal in the area. Republic investigation exposes rampant corruption. Delhi death traps now exposed. VVIP treatment for ex-judge Giribala Singh and her son Samarth in jail hospital. Now Giribala Singh looks to be finding loopholes to get VVIP treatment in jail. The accused ex-judge Giribala Singh and Samarth have been sent to the jail hospital. Giribala cites security concerns while Samarth continues to remain in the hospital over grounds of injuries. After days of speculation, K. Annamalai is now confirmed to be leaving the Bharatiya Janata Party. Viewers, now starting first with Twisha's case. Now, it has taken another turn now, with former Judge Giribala Singh and even her son Samarth Singh remaining in the judicial custody till the 16th of June. But questions are now being raised over the facilities that are being extended to them inside the jail term. While Giribala cited security concerns and Samarth remains in jail hospital on grounds of injury, both are currently lodged in the jail hospital instead of regular barracks. The development has reignited allegations that the accused continue to benefit from special treatment even after their arrest has been reported. Here's everything that's unfolding. Take a look.
Behind bars, but not quite inside the barrack. Fresh questions are being raised after both Giribala Singh and Samarth Singh were shifted to the jail hospital while in judicial custody. During the custody hearing, Giribala told the court that her life could be under threat because several inmates in Bhopal jail were people she had convicted while serving as a judge. But now both Giribala and Samarth are staying in the jail hospital. Giribala citing security concerns and Samarth citing injuries.
त्विषा शर्मा संदिग्ध मौत मामले में आरोपी समर्थ सिंह और आरोपी गिरिबाला सिंह न्यायिक हिरासत में हैं। सेंट्रल जेल भोपाल में 14 दिन की न्यायिक हिरासत में है और ये वो सेंट्रल जेल है जिसमें गिरिबाला सिंह और समर्थ सिंह को रखा गया है। सबसे बड़ी बात यह कि अब एक इनपुट निकलकर सामने आ रहा है कि गिरिबाला सिंह और समर्थ सिंह को इस सेंट्रल जेल भोपाल में वीआईपी ट्रीटमेंट दिया जा रहा है। उन्हें जेल में जाने के बाद ले जाने के बाद मेडिकल वार्ड में शिफ्ट कर दिया गया है। ये जानकारियां निकलकर सामने आ रही हैं। हालांकि कोर्ट में गिरिबाला सिंह ने ये दलील दी थी कि उन्होंने कई आरोपियों को सजा सुनाई है और वो इस सेंट्रल जेल में ही हैं, इस लिहाज से उन्हें सुरक्षा मुहैया कराई जाए।
This comes amid serious allegations already being probed by the CBI. Investigators are examining allegations of evidence destruction, suppression of information, and a possible cover-up in the aftermath of the Twisha Sharma's death.
Any prisoner inside the jail or any accused person in the jail can be shifted to the hospital only if there is any medical emergency to him or her. Keeping her in a safe place in the jail, away from or aloof from those criminals who have been convicted by her, is a totally different thing. Placing her in providing her some facilities and keeping her in the jail hospital is something totally different.
For Twisha's family, the question is no longer just about arrests. They now want to know whether the accused are being treated like an under-trial prisoner or continue to enjoy privileges while they remain in judicial custody. As the CBI investigation progresses, the debate over accountability versus preferential treatment is only getting louder.
Now, viewers, shifting focus. We're looking at another case of blazes that struck. 21 lives were lost, dozens injured, and now explosive revelations are raising even bigger questions. As the owner of the Malviya Nagar hotel remains in custody in Bihar today, another similar tragedy unfolded. This happened in Muzaffarpur in the early hours of Thursday after a massive fire broke out at Prasad Hospital. The blaze reportedly started in the intensive care unit, triggering panic among patients and hospital staff. Now, several fire engines rushed to the spot and a large-scale rescue operation was now launched. The district magistrate has confirmed multiple fatalities with the number pegged to at least 5, while several other patients were safely evacuated, with a lot of them severely injured as well. Our correspondent brings you this next report. Take a look.
A massive fire broke out at Prasad Hospital on Juran Chhapra Road number 3 in Muzaffer Nagar, Bihar around 3 a.m. on Thursday, sending panic through the healthcare facility. Though smoke engulfed parts of the hospital after fumes reportedly erupted inside the intensive care unit, where several critically ill patients were currently undergoing treatment. As the fire spread, emergency services rushed into action. Multiple fire tenders were deployed on the scene, while firefighters, police personnel, hospital staff worked together to evacuate patients trapped inside the building. After hours of firefighting operation, the tragedy claimed the lives of 4 people. Reacting to the tragedy, Bihar Chief Minister Samrat Chaudhary expressed deep sorrow over the loss of lives and extended condolences to the bereaved families. The Chief Minister also announced an ex gratia compensation of 4 lakh rupees each to the next of those who died in the fire. The state government has assured all possible assistance to the affected families. Preliminary reports suggest that a short circuit may have triggered the blaze, although the officials have not yet confirmed the exact cause. Authorities have promised strict action if negligence or violation of safety norms are found during the probe.
Viewers, now shifting focus to West Bengal, where political tensions continue to escalate following the expulsion of Trinamool Congress's MLA Sandeepan Saha from the Mamta Banerjee-led faction. Now, local residents along with BJP workers staged a massive protest against the expelled MLA, displaying posters carrying slogans that called him thief and even references made to cut money. The protest comes just days after Saha was removed from the Trinamool Congress after what the party described as anti-party activities. Here's everything that's happening right now. Take a look.
After the internal crisis that saw more than half of the TMC top brass leave the party, BJP workers staged a protest against MLA Sandeepan Saha, carrying protest-bearing slogans such as chor and reference to cut money. The protest comes shortly after the Mamta-led faction of the TMC expelled Saha from the party, along with the MLA Rita Brata Banerjee and Riju Datta, after they were accused of engaging in anti-party activities. The developments are linked to the controversy surrounding a resolution in the West Bengal Assembly related to the appointment of the leader of the opposition. Questions were also raised over signatures appearing on the document, with Saha among others alleging that their signature had been forged and demanding an inquiry into the matter.
तृणमूल कांग्रेस के नेत्री ममता बनर्जी जी को भी एक जिम्मेदारी लेनी पड़ेगी कि 2 चीजें वो समझ नहीं पाए। प्रभु राम ने जब रावण का वध किया था तब एक विभीषण था। ममता बनर्जी जैसे इतने बड़े पॉलिटिशियन, उनके पार्टी में 50 विभीषण है, उनको पता नहीं चला। और मैंने बीजेपी को धन्यवाद बोला था, इसलिए मुझे सस्पेंड कर दो। आज तो आई स्टैंड विंडिकेटेड टुडे। आईटी सेल को मेरे पीछे लगा दिया था तृणमूल कि मेरा सारा सोशल मीडिया उड़ा दो। आज क्या हो रहा है? दूसरा चीज, ये जो पूरा विधायकों का, सांसदों का जो गुस्सा है अभिषेक बनर्जी के खिलाफ, इनका सबका, मैंने जो बोला था 8 तारीख 9 तारीख को, आज तो वही बोल रहे हैं कि आईपैक के ऊपर इनका गुस्सा है, अभिषेक बनर्जी के ऊपर इनका गुस्सा है। ये दीदी को पता नहीं चला।
Amid these developments, BJP workers and local residents organized a protest targeting the MLA. Corruption-related slogans and posters dominated the scene as the protesters demanded for accountability. As the political row continues, attention is likely to remain on the fallout from the expulsions, the controversy surrounding the assembly resolution, and any further responses from the parties involved.
Viewers, now in Delhi, 21 innocent lives have been lost. Dozens others are injured, and now explosive revelations are raising even bigger questions. As the owner of the Malviya Nagar hotel remains in police custody, Republic's investigation has uncovered alleged illegal hotel operations, possible corruption and glaring safety violations in the area across the national capital. From eyewitness claims of delayed fire response to allegations of officials looking the other way, the Delhi fire tragedy is rapidly turning into a story of accountability. Here's all you need to know.
"21 deaths later, the investigation is no longer just about a fire.
भाई इतनी बुरी आग लग गई। यार वो पाइप मैंने पहले कहा था फाड़ दो। वो जो पाइप था ना फाड़ देंगे। अल्लाह रहम 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 अल्लाह रहम रहम अल्लाह रहम कूद गई अल्लाह रहम 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 रुका तक नहीं जा रहा भाई। बहुत बेकार सर्विस है, फायर ब्रिगेड वालों की बहुत बेकार सर्विस है। हम खुद रस्सियां फेंक फेंक के बंदों को बचा रहे हैं, लेकिन कोई नहीं आया। अब सोच लो, हम सामने वाली बिल्डिंग में रह के हम पे रुका नहीं जा रहा था, ऊपर आते में तो अंदर बेचारे कैसे रुक रहे हैं।
आधा घंटे से हम लोग सभी लोग हौसलानी के लोग बुझा रहे थे आग, ऊपर से लोगों को कुदा रहे थे। अब आग ने भयंकर रूप ले लिया है। अब आई दमकल की गाड़ी, देखिए 20 मिनट के बाद जब सब कुछ।
It is now about who allowed a deadly trap to keep operating in the heart of the national capital. Witnesses claim locals began rescue efforts before adequate firefighting support reached the spot. Some residents even alleged delays in response and shortage of water during the initial phase of the operation. Hotel owner Lavkesh Bajaj has been sent to 4 days of police custody as investigators probe safety violations, approvals and possible negligence that led to the deadly fire.
This is a residential area. However, the people have started turning their residential buildings into a hotel, and as you can see, we are standing just outside a hotel, and this door of the hotel is today blocked. As to avoid the scrutiny of the authorities, they have even removed the flex board. As you can see, there is no signage board here present at the spot. There is no flex board, no advertisement that this is a hotel and they are renting their rooms to the guests.
But Republic's investigation reveals the tragedy may not be an isolated case. Within 24 hours of the fire, several hotels in the same locality pulled down signboards and shut operations. Republic found multiple establishments allegedly operating beyond permitted limits under the bed and breakfast scheme.
कहीं और जाके रोड पे जा। अरे मीडिया हमारी मीटिंग को जबरदस्ती फालतू में एक्सपोज कर रहे हो, जाके कहीं और कर लो। आप मान रहे हो एक्सपोज कर रहे हो? किस चीज का? हमारे यहाँ बैंक रहा, हम सारी होटल दिखा रहे हैं। आप किसी का यहाँ के खड़े हो? आप हमारा होटल दिखा रहे हो आप जबरदस्ती। हमारा होटल है ही नहीं। जब आपका होटल नहीं है अभी आप बोल रहे हो। कहाँ? मैं क्यों? मेरा होटल नहीं है भैया। आपका होटल नहीं है, फिर क्या दिक्कत है? क्यों नहीं दिक्कत है? यू सी व्यूअर्स, दिस इज व्हाट हैपेंस व्हेन आप कैमरामैन को धक्का मारो। कैमरा कहीं और जाना है तुम, जहाँ दिक्कत हो जाएगी, वरना फालतू में चल आगे चल जा। ठीक है ठीक है ठीक है।
One property admitted to having far more rooms than permitted. Another agreed to provide additional accommodation despite restrictions.
पीछे वाले होटल लोग बोल रहे हैं कि मेरे को ऐसा नहीं चाहिए कि मैं गेस्ट आ जाए शाम को उनको खाली वाली करवा सकूं। लाइसेंस बीएनबी तो नहीं है ना इसका? बीएनबी का लाइसेंस होता है, उसी में लाइसेंस कहते हैं बीएनबी। जिनके पास नहीं होता वो बीएनबी नहीं होते हैं, वो कभी खाली हो सकते हैं। जिनका लाइसेंस होता है ये लगा हुआ, हमें कोई खाली नहीं करा। हाँ वो वैसा कुछ तो नहीं है ना कि उससे मैंने पूछा तो उन्होंने रूम दिखा दिया मुझे, फिर वो बोल रहे थे कि 7 रूम्स नहीं हो पाएगा क्योंकि उनके पास लाइसेंस नहीं।
Republic also found rooftop commercial activity and basement accommodation allegedly running in violation of norms.
सर कुछ अभी तक आप लोग क्या इंस्पेक्शन कर रहे हैं? सर आप इंस्पेक्शन करने आए हैं? सर इंस्पेक्शन करने आए हैं आप लोग?
हाँ इंस्पेक्शन।
सर क्या जानकारी मिली? सर वीडियोग्राफी की आप लोगों ने?
नहीं
सर क्या दायरे हैं सर? जांच के क्या दायरे हैं? अभी तक क्या खामियां समझ आई
सर? चेक कर रहे हैं अभी हमें।
आपको लगता है कि ये लापरवाही हुई है सर? लापरवाही हुई है?
सर लापरवाही किसी की नहीं।
सर ये 5 कमरों की जगह 25 कमरे बन गए। लाइसेंस लापरवाही 25 बनाए गए।
वो कर
बोले तो यार
ऐसा रिपोर्टिंग के बाद बताएंगे। मैं कुछ नहीं कह सकता।
सर लापरवाही ये तो मानते हैं कम से
नहीं
लापरवाही
कर रहे हैं। वो एक्शन हो जाएगा सर उनका।
कार्रवाई होगी सर, कार्रवाई होगी।
When Republic confronted civic authorities, questions on enforcement remained unanswered. A local resident also raised troubling questions about the emergency response.
यहाँ पे कभी MCD वाले, पुलिस वाले, कोई अथॉरिटी आई होगी, एक्शन लिया होगा?
कुछ नहीं सर। देखिए ये सिस्टम है और ये सिस्टम ऐसे ही चलता है। इसमें MCD भी आती है, हेल्थ भी आता है, लाइसेंसिंग डिपार्टमेंट भी आते हैं, लेकिन उनके मंथली होते हैं, वो अपने हिसाब से मैनेज करके चले जाते हैं। पूरी बिल्डिंग बन गई और सालों से चल भी रहा है।
Following the tragedy, the Delhi government has ordered a wider review of bed and breakfast establishments across the city. Several injured survivors, including foreign nationals, continue to receive treatment. As investigators examine documents, approvals, and alleged corruption, the focus is shifting from how the fire started to whether a network of negligence allowed a disaster waiting to happen.
And viewers, that's all that we could wrap for you in this edition of Super Prime Time. But don't go anywhere. On the other side, at 8 p.m, our editor-in-chief Arnab Goswami takes on the VVIP culture that is being given to and is being extended to ex-judge Giribala Singh as she remains in jail hospital. This and a lot more on the debate at 8 p.m. tonight.
Co-powered by Crystal Crop Protection, देश का किसान, देश का हीरो.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
AU करंट अकाउंट के साथ मिलता है फ्री UPI QR ओवरड्राफ्ट फैसिलिटी और एक ही ऐप से बैंक के सारे काम। AU
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी। प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा से। MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH
केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और परेशान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He is accused of rape. After being in jail for 9 months, he gets bail, which means he's still an accused. He's an accused in a rape case. And the case goes back to 2025 when he took an LLB student to one place on the pretext of introducing her to a senior advocate. He drugged her drink and then he sexually assaulted her. He is still under trial for rape. He has not been released. But when he comes out, this rape accused, garlands are put on him as if he's some kind of a hero, as if he's achieved something great. Is a rapist to be celebrated, ladies and gentlemen? I ask you that question. And more than anyone else, I ask the right wing of this country. Very often I come on television and I say, yes, on several issues, I'm happy to be called a right-winger. But ladies and gentlemen, let me put it clearly. You cannot let a person like this man, this Sushil Prajapati, a leader of the Hindu Yuva Vahini, you cannot celebrate his act of rape or celebrate the fact that the rapist is out on bail. If that is the message we want to send to our society, and if all the BJP leaders want to be quiet about it, I want to ask them, why are they quiet about this? Why are they quiet? In the silence of the BJP leaders, is there a tacit support to this person? Is there a feeling that anyone who wears or puts a, proclaims that he is from a so-called Hindu organization, that he will be allowed to get away with absolutely everything, including an act of rape? Is there a feeling that this man, do right-wingers feel, this man, this accused rapist is one of our own? So hence, regardless of what happens, one of our own should never be accused. It's like all those people, those radical Islamists who say that as long as the act of murder or crime of terrorism is carried out by a Muslim, it must be defended. This very thought, ladies and gentlemen, is completely unacceptable. And we need to make the point more strongly because it's not the first time this has happened. This happened in the case of Bilkis Bano. When in Gujarat, the rapists of Bilkis Bano came out, they were greeted with tikas and sweets. And it was happening openly. This was an act of defiance. A manner of saying, so what? It is a Hindu who carried out the act of rape, and hence we will celebrate him, we will forgive the person. Ladies and gentlemen, we are nobody to forgive, and the last thing we should do is celebrate rapists. This was a shameful moment then, this is a shameful moment now. Sengar was another shameful moment when some people said, oh, Sengar is from the BJP, and hence he can be seen smiling after carrying out the act of rape, and people would celebrate him and say, no, our leader can do no wrong. That was another shameful moment for the right wing. And ladies and gentlemen, Jayant Sinha, remember, son of Yashwant Sinha, stood there, ladies and gentlemen, and garlanded people accused of lynching. And he had come to my studio and I had told him, Jayant, I think you should be ashamed of what you've done. Because for all the good you will do in your political career, this...
The order has to be displayed either in the front gate, however that is clearly not put on display. We try to get inside and find out if they have more than 6 rooms. Very evident, it's a multi-story hotel. This itself gives us enough evidence how illegally these people are running these hotels.
1, 2, 3 और 4 ये 4 इस लाइन में तो 4 यहीं पे ये इलीगल होटल चल रहे हैं और अभी से नहीं है हो गए 4-5 साल हो गए इसी तरीके से और अब तो लगातार बनते जा रहे हैं। देखिए ये सिस्टम है और ये सिस्टम ऐसे ही चलता है। इसमें एमसीडी भी आती है, हेल्थ भी आता है, लाइसेंसिंग डिपार्टमेंट भी आते हैं, लेकिन उनके मंथली होते हैं, वो अपने हिसाब से मैनेज करके चले जाते हैं। पूरी बिल्डिंग बन गई और सालों से चल भी रहा है।
ये आप बीएनबी के नाम पे चला रहे हैं जो होटल, ये हमको बताएंगे कितने कमरे हैं आपके होटल में?
10 रूम है टोटल।
और आपका कोई फायर एग्जिट उस टाइप के कुछ?
लाइसेंस में फायर यही होती है,
बस यही होती है। यहाँ पे अगर आग लगती है तो भागेंगे किधर से? यही एक रास्ता होगा ना ऊपर से आने के लिए।
Co-powered by Crystal Crop Protection, देश का किसान, देश का हीरो।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ। सोच बदलो और बैंक भी। प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा सिप। MTH का जल जीरा, जीरा सिप।
जीरा सिप, असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH।
जब तक लाजवाब न बन जाए उसे नहीं इत्मीनान है, तभी तो रिचमंड बनना नहीं आसान है।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट, ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े।
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Twisha Sharma. Who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice, for bringing something that's utterly false, illegal or wrong to public attention? It is only and only the media. And today, therefore, we are doing a media trial in this specific case, ladies and gentlemen, of Twisha Sharma, the 33-year-old daughter-in-law of an ex-judge, in a case where the ex-judge and the ex-judge's advocate's son appear to be more than involved. Ladies and gentlemen, 15 questions tonight. And if they think it's a media trial, so be it. So be it. Why did the ex-judge in the case of Twisha Sharma, neither she nor her son, call a police or an ambulance? What took them 57 minutes to bring the body down? Where are the 3 men who are seen in the video dragging Twisha's body, destroying evidence?
Giribala getting VVIP treatment in jail. Judge Giribala and son shifted to jail hospital. Is Giribala the jail judge gaming the system? Debating tonight at 8 p.m. Presenting by Zoho Business Software, trusted by 15 crore users. Co-powered by IIHM International Institute of Hotel Management. It's corruption that killed 21 people in Delhi. They admit on camera that the system is managed. Public investigation exposes the rot tonight at 9 p.m. Presented by Amity University, ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally. Powered by RP Sanjeev Goenka Group, growing legacies since 1820. TVS iQube, India's favorite family EV.
The order has to be displayed either in the front gate, however that is clearly not put on display. We try to get inside and find out if they have more than 6 rooms. Very evident it's a multi-story hotel. This itself gives us enough evidence how illegally these people are running these hotels.
1, 2, 3 और 4 ये 4 इस लाइन में तो 4 यहीं पे ये इलीगल होटल चल रहे हैं और अभी से नहीं ये हो गए 4-5 साल हो गए इसी तरीके से और अब तो लगातार बनते जा रहे हैं। देखिए ये सिस्टम है और ये सिस्टम ऐसे ही चलता है। इसमें एमसीडी भी आती है, हेल्थ भी आता है, लाइसेंसिंग डिपार्टमेंट भी आते हैं, लेकिन उनके मंथली होते हैं, वो अपने हिसाब से मैनेज करके चले जाते हैं। पूरी बिल्डिंग बन गई और सालों से चल भी रहा है।
ये आप बीएनबी के नाम पे चला रहे हैं जो होटल, ये हमको बताएंगे कितने कमरे हैं आपके होटल में?
10 रूम है टोटल।
और आपका कोई फायर एग्जिट उस टाइप के कुछ?
लाइसेंस में फायर यही होती है,
बस यही होती है। यहाँ पे अगर आग लगती है तो भागेंगे किधर से? यही एक रास्ता होगा ना ऊपर से आने के लिए।
The big money, the big projects, the big opportunities. Global capital is powering India's real estate boom. From coastal growth corridors to the rising northeast.
Domestic high net worth investors now account for over 60% of premium residential absorption in cities like Mumbai, Bengaluru, Hyderabad, Delhi NCR.
Our estate, this weekend on Republic.
Giribala getting VVIP treatment in jail. Judge Giribala and son shifted to jail hospital. Is Giribala the jail judge gaming the system? Debating tonight at 8 p.m. Presenting by Zoho Business Software, trusted by 15 crore users. Co-powered by IIHM International Institute of Hotel Management. It's corruption that killed 21 people in Delhi. They admit on camera that the system is managed. Public investigation exposes the rot tonight at 9 p.m. Presented by Amity University, ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally. Powered by RP Sanjeev Goenka Group, growing legacies since 1820. TVS iQube, India's favorite family EV.
आज पूरी दुनिया कह रही है कि ये भारत की सदी है। भारत की उपलब्धियों ने, भारत की सफलताओं ने पूरे विश्व में एक नई उम्मीद जगाई है। वो भारत दुनिया की ग्रोथ को ड्राइव कर रहा है। दुनिया कह रही है कि ये भारत की सदी है। भारत की उपलब्धियों ने, भारत की सफलताओं ने पूरे विश्व में एक नई उम्मीद जगाई है। वो भारत दुनिया की ग्रोथ को ड्राइव कर रहा है।
From the Republic Media Network headquarters, it's time for Arnab Goswami on The Debate. Arnab Goswami on The Debate.
On the show tonight, the accused Judge Giribala is getting VVIP treatment. She's not in jail. She has managed, she and her accused son, accused in the death of Twisha, have got access to a special VVIP treatment inside a hospital, not inside a jail cell. We have details on this and a big debate coming up. And also on the show tonight, our investigative reporters find out the level of corruption and the many fires that are still to happen. Not just the one which happened over the weekend, but the many fires waiting to happen, the many lives waiting to be lost because of uncontrolled corruption. And ladies and gentlemen, as a public campaign on your behalf to fight for the rights of the oppressed, we ran a campaign to get justice for Twisha and you supported us. It was because of your support that we were able to put pressure on the judiciary, the politicians and the bureaucracy who were all working together and the whole criminal justice system to save an accused judge and her accused advocate's son. We thought that we had won. But then I had cautioned that getting Giribala to face the law would only be the first step. The system would come back to protect her because that's the way it is in India. Where is justice for the common man? You see pictures there of Giribala when the CBI officials and the other investigators are bringing her for what is a recreation. She's being brought like an accused. But if you see the body language of the CBI officials and the policemen around her, it is like she's a politician. They are her bodyguards. I shouldn't be saying this, but that's the way in which she's walking. What an attitude. Short of saluting, the policeman does everything in that frame. She does not appear to be an accused. And when I saw those visuals, I felt what a sharp contrast. This is what justice looks like when you're accused in the death of your own daughter-in-law, but if you're a judge. Now let me show you visuals of what justice looks like for an Aam Aadmi. If we can run the pictures from Bihar's Vaishali district, ladies and gentlemen. Contrast the visuals. On the left-hand side is an 85-year-old man from Bihar's Vaishali district. His name is Deep Rai. He was awarded 3 years rigorous imprisonment by a district court in 2026. The case against him goes back to 1992, ladies and gentlemen. So after 34 years, he's told he has to go into jail. He's 85, he can barely walk and he's going to serve his jail term. He's an Aam Aadmi. On the other side, there is a judge. She's 63-year-old. She walks like an empress. She's accused in what could be a murder. She walks in like an empress because she's an ex-judge. The point is, as they say in Hindi, कानून के हाथ लंबे होते हैं, but let me tell you, कानून के हाथ लंबे सिर्फ आम आदमी के लिए होते हैं. जज के लिए, नेताओं के लिए कानून के हाथ बिल्कुल बेबस होते हैं. The hands of justice are weak and inept when it comes to the powerful. Ladies and gentlemen, this lady now, Giribala, very dangerous lady, very dangerous. She is not in a jail cell. She's been given a comfortable hospital room. She probably has an air conditioner. She has access to the internet. She has access to the media. She has access to every single facility that you would get in a 2 or 3 star hotel, which means it's like a hotel stay for her. It's her me time. She's not in a jail cell. Ladies and gentlemen, she will not have to share a washroom. She has a private washroom. She has an air conditioner. She's in a comfortable situation, and so is her son. And I am asking tonight, is this justice? Is this why politicians get elected in our country? Is this why judges give us long lectures? So that in reality this happens, that you get this special facility. And let me share one more thing. This is true not just in the Giribala case. If you're a rich person, a connected person, you got a jail term, pay some money to someone and get into a hospital room. It's the normal procedure. The rich and the powerful never really largely go to jail. Where is justice? Is there justice for Ram Rahim? Ladies and gentlemen, convicted of rape and murder, what happens to him? How many thousands of times has this convict got parole? Even now he's out. When he comes out of jail because he has a vote bank with him, which politicians are coveting and slurping over, the man comes out like a don. He has a retinue of 20 cars that follow him. It's a complete mockery of the system. Where is the justice in this country, ladies and gentlemen? Another judge who had cash burning in his house, did he ever face justice? No. The whole judicial system, despite these visuals, worked day and night to make sure that the judge got an honorable exit. You may bring dishonor to the judiciary, but your judiciary itself ensures that you're given an honorable justice. Is there justice for Twisha Sharma's family? Even today, her parents have not got over the shock. Even today, her mother can't sleep. Even today, Twisha's family has sleepless nights. This family is broken forever. Is there justice for this family? No. Because they are common people. There is justice in this country only for judges, politicians, bureaucrats, their lackeys and policemen. And of course, big businessmen. Otherwise, given the facts of the Twisha Sharma case, and the obvious fact, you could see the recreation going on of the murder scene in which the CBI was asking Giribala and her son, this does not seem to match. She could not have been hanging. There's something obviously wrong. And she was there drinking mineral water and offering mineral water to the investigators. And today also she walks into jail with a mineral water bottle in her hand, walking into an air-conditioned quote-unquote hospital room. The whole system has been made a mockery of. People have been fooled. And I'm asking the people of this country, you want to know what justice is for you? For the powerful, it is this, where you walk in like this after being accused of such terrible a crime. But for the Aam Aadmi, all these lectures of these judges saying, कानून के हाथ लंबे होते हैं, लंबे सिर्फ एक 85 साल के बुजुर्ग के लिए होते हैं, जिनको खींचकर अभी भी जेल में अंदर किया जाता है. और मैं ये कह दूं आपको कि ये जो है, this 85-year-old man Deep Rai, he is not going to be put in a hospital. He is going to be put in a cell. Because hospitals' VVIP treatment is only for judges when they are found potentially guilty of the worst crimes. Hashtag tonight, where is justice in this country? Let's debate.
After a relentless fight, Twisha's husband and mother-in-law were arrested. A moment of relief for Twisha's family. But as outside, so in jail, Judge Giribala is finding loopholes to get VVIP treatment for herself. Citing threat to life in court, Giribala moved to jail hospital. Well versed with the workings of the law, Giribala is twisting statements, trying to secure a luxury stay in the jail hospital. From calling up the CCTV operators to influencing autopsy to getting anticipatory bail, time and again, Giribala has used her connections to manipulate the system. Even now, instead of being treated like any other accused person in judicial custody, she appears to be finding ways to secure special privileges.
ये वो सेंट्रल जेल है जिसमें गिरिबाला सिंह और समर्थ सिंह को रखा गया है. सबसे बड़ी बात यह कि अब एक इनपुट निकलकर सामने आ रहा है कि गिरिबाला सिंह और समर्थ सिंह को इस सेंट्रल जेल भोपाल में वीआईपी ट्रीटमेंट दिया जा रहा है. उन्हें जेल में जाने के बाद, ले जाने के बाद मेडिकल वार्ड में शिफ्ट कर दिया गया है. ये जानकारियां निकलकर सामने आ रही हैं. हालांकि कोर्ट में गिरिबाला सिंह ने ये दलील दी थी कि उन्होंने कई आरोपियों को सजा सुनाई है और वो इस सेंट्रल जेल में ही हैं, इस लिहाज से उन्हें सुरक्षा मुहैया कराई जाए.
Twisha's family lawyer Anurag Srivastava made it clear Giribala has no medical emergency.
As on the date proceedings before the court, there was no request that she is under any ailment or she should be provided a place in the jail hospital. And to our information, on 2nd, she was taken to some cell. She has been shifted to the hospital yesterday only.
The message is simple. Security is one thing. Luxury is another. What was sought in the name of safety cannot become a backdoor entry to preferential treatment.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, I am joined by Twisha's father, Navnidhi Sharma. Navnidhi Sharma ji, dhanyawad. Thank you for joining us. On this news report, Anurag Srivastav is Twisha's lawyer. Sohail Seth, well-known, media personality, managing partner of Counselage. Brinda Adige, women's activist. Gunjan Chaudhary is vice president of the BJP in Madhya Pradesh and an advocate. And advocate Diljit Singh Ahluwalia is a criminal lawyer in the Supreme Court. And Manish Bariyar is pro-BJP, right-leaning political analyst. Now, आपको कब ये पता चला नवनिधि जी कि ये गिरिबाला को एक जेल में नहीं रखा गया है? मतलब कि टेक्निकली शी इज इन जेल बट शी इज नॉट इन जेल. टेक्निकली माने कि इनको जेल के दिखाया गया कि जेल के अंदर गए, मगर इमीडिएटली इनको कल से एक स्पेशल रूम मिला है जहां पे उनको बोला गया आपको मेडिकल सेक्शन में रखे जाएंगे, विच मीन्स शी इज नॉट इन अ जेल, शी इज इन अ हॉस्पिटल. तो शी इज सेपरेटेड फ्रॉम द प्रिजनर, यानी कि उनका लाइफस्टाइल उनकी प्रिजनर की नहीं है, एक होटल जैसे सिचुएशन में वो रह रहे हैं. आपको कहां से ये पता चला? यू कैन शेयर विद अस.
मुझे मीडिया से ही पता चला जी. सुबह मॉर्निंग में मीडिया न्यूज आई वाज वाचिंग, देन आई केम टू नो कि उनको फैसिलिटी दी गई है. सबसे पहले आई लाइक टू स्टार्ट
one second. To the producers, these visuals, we are not making visual references to right now. So you are going to only have to run appropriate visuals. The guests out here, otherwise distracting if I have to direct you in the middle of the show. Thank you very much. Please.
सर, ये पहले तो मैं थैंक्स देना चाहूँगा CGI साहब का कि जिन्होंने इस सुओ मोटो का जो मैं चाहता हूँ कि सर वो सुओ मोटो की लाइन चलाई जाए यहाँ पर, जिसको बोला गया है इंस्टीट्यूशनल बायस एंड प्रोसीजरल इरेगुलरिटीज. ये सर ऐसा नहीं लगता सर कि इसका मजाक बनाया जा रहा है? सर ये जिस सब्जेक्ट को लेकर के सुओ मोटो लिया गया है जी, उस सब्जेक्ट का ही एक ऐसा लगता है कि जेलर डजंट कम अंडर दिस कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन.
Which means आप ये कह रहे हैं, it seems to me, and I want to go to Anurag Srivastav in this, that the whole system is now challenging the Supreme Court of India also.
Yes sir, they are challenging.
Because they are so powerful कि इन्होंने कह दिया हम इनके लिए स्पेशल ट्रीटमेंट करेंगे, इनको हॉस्पिटल में डालेंगे.
कर लो जो कुछ करना है आप,
कर लो जो कुछ करना है आप. We will give her special facilities. Anurag Srivastav, what is the facility that she is getting right now?
See, Arnab, I would make it very clear on second when there was the hearing going on. They only requested that because she was posted here and she has passed some judgments and the convicted accused are inmates of the central jail, Bhopal. So she has a fear that they may take revenge against her or her son. So there was a request to provide her a secured place or security inside the jail. So far, so good. यहाँ तक ठीक है. The issue is that Arnab, there is a female cell separate and there is a male cell separate in the jail. So we don't know. ये तो अब उनसे पूछा जाना चाहिए कि कितनी फीमेल convicts हैं वहां पे जिनसे उनको खतरा है. Because गिरिबाला should be in the female cell. तो वो जो what she says कि उसने judgments दिए हैं और convicts हैं, तो how many female convicts first of all are there whom Giribala has sentenced and they are in the female cell? Samarth would be in the male cell. So वहां पे हो सकता है कि ज्यादा male convicts हों जिससे समर्थ के लिए उनको खतरा लग रहा हो. But the only issue they raised before the court was to provide them a secured place. So secured place in a cell itself. Secured place by providing them extra security inside the cell itself. That does not mean that you would be shifted to the hospital and a hospital would be created a secured place for you. See, so far as other accused are concerned, they are getting certain facilities which are meant for accused persons. वही फैसिलिटी में आप गिरिबाला को और समर्थ को भी सिक्योरिटी प्रोवाइड करिए.
Which means that you don't have to put her. What is happening now, viewers? I'll just explain this to you. That all of you fought so that she would be put in jail. She has gone into jail. Immediately she has gone into jail, CBI has not requested for additional custody. Now, in any other case of a politician, even Arvind Kejriwal or others, CBI keeps asking for extended custody. Not 15 days, they want them in custody for months. In the case of this judge, they've said, no, 1 or 2 weeks is enough, we don't want her. Then they put her in judicial custody, which means she knows she will be out on the 14th. Why have they not asked for further custody when they know that she can still manipulate witnesses? Is itself very surprising. Very surprising to me. Second way is, she's not in a jail. She's in a 3-star accommodation called a jail hospital. She has an air conditioner, 100%. She would have books, she would have internet, she would have nice food. She has had curry pakora. She had salted porridge. She has got a bed sheet and she's probably on a bed with a cushioned mattress. She's not living the life of a prisoner. What is the point of fighting for justice if a judge will never live the life of a prisoner? If there is a challenge, Brinda Adige, to her security, then she can have policemen outside her cell. She can have police women outside her cell. You can make sure that the people who she is in the cell with have not been jailed because of her orders. You can easily find out and do that, so that nobody has any sense of vengeance against her. The whole system has been made a mockery of Brinda. Giribala has effectively avoided jail. And the people of this country need to rise up in one voice against it again. Because this is the extent to which we are taken for granted. Brinda.
You're absolutely right, Arnab. We, the voter citizens, the paymaster citizens, are being mocked at by the system we pay, by the functionaries we pay for. And look at what is happening over here. They said that they want security. So how is it that the security is being given to you in a special place like the hospital? And if there is no security that can be provided in this jail, then transfer her to some other jail where the security could be provided. Transfer her to another jail where there are no convicts or there are no prisoners whom she has put behind bars. Well, you can't say that in a country like India we don't have options and alternatives. This is just to say, you citizens, we, the Sarkari Naukars and the politicians will mock you, will not respect you.
We will not care.
You can try horse, but we will not do it. And we are compromised. We are compromised because you've taken favors, given favors, and Giribala Singh is now asking back for all of those favors. And so I would also like to question the judge who is not asking these questions. They asked for security. Why would you not put down a proper order over there? Is your order and file jottings very evasive that the defense lawyer has gone ahead and said, yeah, go put her there? And the jailer has said, no problem, we'll put her in this very comfortable place. And like you mentioned, she can have pakoras for tiffin and porridge for lunch and breakfast, and we'll give her a nice cushioned place. Now, this is what we need to question and say, she shall not stay there another day, another hour. She must go to a jail where she can be provided that security, where those convicts are not there.
And we want pictures of her in the jail.
Like
we don't trust the government. We don't trust the criminal justice system. The people of this country don't trust the system at all. We need proof of what is going on here. Now, viewers, I want to get in the others. I want to get in Sohail. I want to get in Diljit. I want to say one thing to you. You know why this is happening? Because many of us are not aware of the technicalities. We must be aware of the technicalities. We must start challenging these people. We must make these people insecure. Who is Giribala? She's a judge so powerful that she sent her sister to be present at the autopsy of the person who her son might be involved in the death of. Rajbala, Giribala's sister, was in the autopsy. She has called up the Lokayuk. She's called up the Director General of Police. She's very powerful. She's very dangerous, this woman. But there was a symbolism we expected, right, Diljit? We expected that at least after shouting and screaming so much, the system would be ashamed enough to put her in jail. Moment, Sohail, we looked the other way. Matlab, nazar hati, or they are back to their dirty tricks. I am saying today, Sohail, drag her out of that hospital. drag her son out of that hospital. Both are declared medically fit. They have no medical problems. Does this look like to you to be a 64, 65-year-old lady with medical problems? It looks like she's gone for a morning walk with her bodyguards. She has no medical problem. But I'll tell you who has a medical problem, Sohail. I'll show you who has a medical problem. I want to show you the pictures of this man, Sohail. ये contrast बहुत ज़रूरी है दिखाना, Sohail. अगर आप देखेंगे, this 85-year-old man all of India is talking about, then the judges say, no, there must be justice. This man cannot walk. He's hunched over. Do you see his pictures? They send the police to put him in jail for a crime of 1992 in which he was 1 out of 4 accused. 3 have died. The system, to show how effective it is, एक गरीब आम आदमी को 85-86 साल की उम्र में पकड़ के इसको जेल के अंदर करते हैं. ये कॉन्ट्रास्ट नहीं दिखाए हम, सोहेल. दिलजीत, हम नहीं दिखाएं ये कॉन्ट्रास्ट. मैं फोन लाइन खोल दूं, आपको पता चलेगा इस देश में कितना गुस्सा है लोगों को. ये गेमिंग ऑफ द सिस्टम बंद करिए. दिलजीत जी, I am telling you, demand that गिरिबाला को जेल हॉस्पिटल से निकाल कर 50 लोगों के साथ एक सेल में बिठाइए और जितने दिन हॉस्पिटल में वो बैठी है उतने दिन उनकी जुडिशियल कस्टडी बढ़ाई जाए.
Okay, Arnab, I have got 3 points with regard to this. So the question here is not of comfort. The question here is of security. And security is not VIP culture. Now, it is the duty of the state to protect under trials whose profile creates a risk. She was a judge. She has passed judgments. There are convicts who are in the jail. And you will see that there have been cases. This is the first point. There have been cases in Patiala where the ex-police officers have been, attacked in jail.
Don't give me rubbish. I'll tell you, Diljit, I want to tell you from personal experience something. Please listen to me. Nobody has taken on more dangerous people than me. I have taken on underworld, ISIS, Islamist terrorists, drug peddlers, rapists, pedophiles and politicians. Okay. When I went to jail, I was specifically put in a cell with 50 other people. मुझे जेल में 50 लोगों के साथ में रखा. ठीक है? और वही अंडरवर्ल्ड के लोग थे. 5 से 10 पॉक्सो केस और रेपिस्ट थे, मर्डरर्स थे, पीडोफाइल थे, ड्रग पेडलर थे. तो कोई सिक्योरिटी उस समय प्रॉब्लम नहीं हुई. मैं तो कोई हॉस्पिटल में नहीं था ना, तलोजा जेल में. आप मुझे सिक्योरिटी के बारे में क्या बोल रहे हैं? एंड इट वाज अ कंप्लीटली फॉल्स केस. Completely false case. But I also saw, let me tell you, I also saw in the jail the VVIP treatment given to some IPS officers who were in jail. I saw the VVIP treatment being given to big time businessmen who were in jail. They were playing volleyball freely. They were smoking away freely. No, my point to you is, no, don't cheat people. Diljit, this cheating of the people is going on in India because people are considered to be weak. People are considered to be weak. But now...
What you're saying is right, Arnab. I agree with you that, if you were kept in a jail with 50 others who were the kind of people that you're talking about, it is a wrong. But 2 wrongs don't make a right.
No. What is wrong and right? It is right. I did not want VIP treatment in jail.
So that's not VIP treatment. It is about security.
No, outside 50 of us, 50, 60 of us were in one cell. Bahar mein ek policeman tha. That was enough security for me. It should be enough security for Giribala also.
Now, the second question here, second point
No.
is that, just one second, I quickly got through my 2 points. The second point is that the segregation has been ordered by the court. It has been ordered by the court. Number 2. And number 3,
I do not understand this. I don't understand the CBI also. No, Diljit. I don't understand the CBI. Anurag also is wanting to come in. After 5 days of CBI remand, agency is happy. No, we don't want any further custody. Unko jaane do. Why?
Arnab, because they have a maximum of 15 days. They want to use the time judiciously.
Oh,
if they use up the 15 days, they'll not be able to do anything.
So they've solved the case.
Arnab,
they've charge sheeted her? Sohail.
They can continue to investigate her in the first 15 days. They can have police remand. If they have taken only 5 days now, they will get 10 days extra.
Doesn't stop. Why are we even pretending not to know the reality?
We know the reality. Show the father.
Law. Look at the irony of India. A criminal who goes to jail has to be provided security, but the innocent people who get murdered on our streets have no police on the beat. Look at the irony of our country. So,
because you have convicted some people and you go to jail, we must provide you extra security. What the hell is the security in the jail then, therefore? Are our jails so porous that convicts will come? Don't you have a methodology of segregation?
There are many visuals.
Look, people go to jail all over the world. Only in our country, they first go to hospital if they are VIPs. Because then they don't need to suffer the pain and the tormentousness of being in a prison. What does it say to Twisha's father? Basically, you are mocking him and mocking his grieving loss by saying that जो करना है कर लो, जो खाना है खा लो, हम तो अपना जीवन ऐसे जिएंगे जैसे हम जीते थे. What does it say about the law, Diljit? While the law may be in writing, as you said, it is. Yeah. Please understand, ultimately justice is about fairness. It is not about process. It is about whether it is fair. You tell me, Diljit, as a human being, is it fair that a woman who has been accused of murder, who has used every trick in the book to evade arrest, who has called in all the bloody favors, her CDRs are there showing her in a compromising state of affairs qua judicial officers. Do you think she needs security? Are you mocking the people of this country? Saying, look, we are special because we are judges? That judges should first be judged. I mean, I find it abhorrent that we are actually even having this debate and taking sides on her behalf using the law. You know this well. The law has often been... Did I interrupt you? I didn't interrupt. Let me finish. We have to get into debating etiquette. When I finish, you do whatever you have to with the permission of the chair. I don't interrupt anyone. My logic is as follows. Giribala is not... This is not the first time that Giribala has gamed the system. She gamed the system to evade arrest. She gamed the system to avoid arrest. She gamed the system to call in favors. She is doing exactly the same thing while in prison. So are you even offering her or, putting conditions of imprisonment on her? No. She's as free inside as she used to be outside. The only difference is when she's inside, we taxpayers are paying for this. The air conditioning, the cushions, the jail hospital. Now let me tell you what will happen. A really poor convict who actually needs a hospital will be deprived of a bed because Giribala is in it. That's what's going to happen. Do you not know the system? You're a lawyer. I have so many lawyer friends. In Tihar and in many other jails, they actually have a rate card. You will have other convicts, serve you meals. You will have other convicts, make your bed. This is a known fact. Everyone knows. Arnab Goswami was mentioning...
I'll tell you a real story. When I was in jail, and this will be interesting for you. A man with branded T-shirt, a super branded, very expensive sports kind of track pant, expensive shoes and slippers, immaculately groomed, came to meet me the moment I was put into my cell in Taloja. And you know what he said to me? He said, Mr. Goswami, you are here. And all the policemen gave way for him. I thought he was the caretaker of the jail, Diljit. I thought he was the superintendent of police. They all bowed down to him like he was a boss. And he said, Mr. Goswami, what would you like to have? I said, have? He said, would you like some coffee? Would you like it black? Cappuccino? Black? Cappuccino? No, he told me all this. What would you like to eat? And then when I did not take forward the conversation with him and I went away, I said, I want nothing. Then other prisoners who were members of the underworld came to me and he said, तुमने भाई के साथ ऐसे बात क्यों की? This is a reality. I said, भाई? कौन भाई? He said, वो अभी जो आया, वो तो दाऊद का जितना बिजनेस संभालता था, मुंबई में वही है. I'll tell you the name later. That man was like the boss of the whole, there were different cells and within that there were rooms of that part of Taloja. And in my room there were 50 people, out of them 10 members of the underworld. This is the reality of Indian jails. Now I would like to ask one question to Manish Bariyar and to the political representative Gunjan Chaudhary. And viewers, this is the reality in our country. Gunjan, people in India voted for the BJP thinking a VIP culture khatam hoga. मगर आपके टाइम पे तो ये वीआईपी कल्चर की जड़ें जम चुकी है. आज आप देखिए कितनी गाड़ियां चलती है जहां पे बीजेपी का बड़ा मेटल का पोस्टर होता है बीजेपी, क्यों? Anyway, leave that aside. This is happening in your state. Why are you giving this special treatment? Why don't you immediately send the policeman inside the cell to take her out? And my other question is, suppose you say she is under great danger because she has given orders against criminals. What about her son? He's totally physically fit. He's a young man, right? And there is nothing wrong with him. Why is he also being kept away and being given special treatment?
Arnab ji, undoubtedly, when we talk about Drisha's case, this is one of the most unfortunate and saddest incident. And because it involves a lawyer as an accused, a judicial member as a spokesperson of any party. But apart from this, when we talk about Bharatiya Janata Party, it always believes in law. It always believes that law...
Why is Samarth being given special facilities inside jail? Why is the judge being given special facilities inside jail?
Let me put few correct facts. Arnab ji. When we talk about Girbala Singh, she has been kept in a women's cell. That's a medical section.
Why is she in a medical section? That's called a hospital.
In the same jail.
Why is she put in the hospital? Yes, you are in the jail premises, but you are not with the prisoners.
She's an aged lady.
Aged lady? She's only 63 years old.
With medical history.
She's not 85 years old. Are all 63-year-old women in the hospital?
The same food as...
Are all 63-year-old women put in a geriatric ward?
There is a medical report. You cannot challenge that.
There is a medical report. I am challenging it. I think she's physically fit.
Not medically fit. With six other female inmates, she was given the same food, the same plate.
Why is she separated from the general population of the prison?
The correct facts.
Why is she separated?
Till 2023.
Gunjan, why is she separated?
In the district Bhopal as a district judge.
So
the facts have also been placed.
So what if she's a district judge?
Members. She had adjudicated more than 1,200 cases, 27 murder trials. She convicted for life.
By this logic, no judge can ever go to jail.
Threat to her life. When we talk about constitution,
no judge can ever go to jail by this logic.
About constitution, it talks about
no judge can ever go to jail by this logic.
But a due process of law for the accused.
What process of law? You made a mockery of it.
We cannot ignore Arnab ji.
Brinda?
Giving procedural arrangements.
She has no medical reasoning.
Is also not justified.
How are you justified or the court justified to send her to a hospital?
I am justifying the government's conduct. When we question government, it was our chief minister who personally met the father of Tisha. He's here before the panel. He personally met him. He assured him for the justice. It was our government who sought for CBI probe. It was our government who went to the High Court for cancellation of Girbala Singh's bail. Government is doing its due process of law.
You're talking about human rights. We have another discussion.
Giving a procedural arrangement. Giving a procedural arrangement for narrative of VIP for the same kind of food in the same jail. She is living in just a medical section.
Let me say something.
Should
I say something to her?
No. One minute. First of all, Gunjan, I tell you, Gunjan, you are a BJP spokesperson. You're vice president of BJP Madhya Pradesh. You will lose voters if you make this kind of argument. People will lose faith in BJP if you make this kind of argument. Procedural, आम आदमी के लिए कहाँ procedures होते हैं? आप मुझे बताइए मनीष बरियार जी, you are from Patna. मनीष बरियार is from Patna. मैं पूछता हूँ आज वो फोटो दिखाइए. नहीं, मैं आपको मनीष बरियार जी. नहीं क्या? This is called in plain.
Sought for cancellation of Girbala Singh's bail.
That is after our pressure. When we put pressure, you sought cancellation. Then after 5 days, you said you don't want further custody. On the 7th day, you have put her in a hospital. On the 14th day, she will be out.
The minister who personally met the family.
No, he met the family after 3 days of putting pressure.
Government is following all due process of law.
What process of law? You should not talk like Congress used to talk. Congress used to talk like this. You know what happened to Congress.
All process of law.
The correct facts before the panel.
The husband was absconding so that all evidence can be wiped out. Giribala Singh was around the place which should have been cordoned off and she should have been put out. What process are you talking about? What was maintained by
Definitely,
process?
that was the reason it was government who went to the High Court for cancellation of a bail.
I don't think you should treat anybody over here as fools or the viewers as fools.
And that was the reason. It was our government who sought for the CBI probe. It was our government who sought for the cancellation
नहीं
of
नहीं
a bail.
आज Twisha's father wants to say something to you. आप कहना चाहेंगे कुछ? Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to be taking calls tonight. And इनका नाम है गुंजन चौधरी, बीजेपी की वाइस प्रेसिडेंट है. आपको कुछ कहना चाहती है गुंजन? त्विषा के पिताजी इधर स्पेस आर, ही इज विद मी इन द स्टूडियो.
It's Gunjan Choksi.
Gunjan Choksi, I'm so sorry, Gunjan Choksi. And Gunjan, Navnidhi Sharma, Twisha's father, wants to say something to you. And people are also calling in right now. Please go ahead.
Gunjan Chaudhary ji, Choksi ji, नमस्कार. मैं एक अपना जब छात्र जीवन शुरू किया था मैंने, तब मैं संघ के साथ जुड़ा था, राष्ट्रीय स्वयं सेवक संघ के साथ. और योगेंद्र उपाध्याय अभी वो जो मिनिस्टर है, हेल्थ मिनिस्टर है यूपी गवर्नमेंट में, उनके नीचे मैंने काम किया था, उनकी टीम में था मैं. हम बीजेपी के, मैं शुरू से जो है एक विचारधारा को जो है समझता आया था. पर आज मुझे आपके साथ में बहुत क्षमा मांगकर कहना पड़ रहा है, ये हमारी मूल विचारधारा नहीं है जिसको आप एडवोकेट यहाँ पर एज ए अधिवक्ता आई हैं और बात कर रही हैं. आप कहाँ था प्रोसीजर? 2 दिन तक बेल्ट लेके घूम रहा था.
सर, हम आपकी भावना के साथ हैं.
नहीं लिगेचर लेके घूम रहा था वो.
आप ही की भावना.
वो पुलिसमैन को आज क्या हुआ? आपके सिस्टम ने, आपके पॉलिटिशियन, ये सर, ये केवल एक मेरे को सुन लीजिए सर,
गलत बात है.
मेरे सुन लीजिए सर, एक ये खाली तुषा का केस नहीं है.
बोलिए, आप बोलिए.
ये तुषा का केस नहीं है खाली सर, ये आम आदमी का केस है सर, ये जिसमें आंख बंद कर दी गई. आज ये केस है तुषा का जिसमें अपोजिशन भी नहीं आ रहा है, अपोजिशन भी नहीं कोई कर रहा है, और जो सत्ताधारी पार्टी है वो भी साथ में खड़ी हुई है. दिस इज द, मैं आपको बोल रहा हूं, ये एक रेयरेस्ट ऑफ रेयर केस है जहां पर पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज को कोई इंटरेस्ट नहीं है कि न्याय मिले. आज इतना दिन हो गया, 15 दिन हो गया, 20 दिन होने आ रहा है. जो इंस्पेक्टर 2 दिन लिगेचर लेके अपनी गाड़ी में घूम रहा था, उसका आप लोगों ने एक नाम तक नहीं आया, वो कहां पर है वो बंदा, उसके ऊपर क्या कार्रवाई हो पता नहीं. गिरिबाला सिंह की जब तक एंटीसिपेटरी बेल कैंसिल नहीं हुई है तब तक वो कंज्यूमर फोरम की हेड बनी हुई है. मतलब ये हाइट है, मतलब हो क्या रहा है इस देश के अंदर? ये फॉर द पीपुल है, ये बाय द पीपुल है डेमोक्रेसी. ये आप लोगों के लिए, आप लोगों के लिए डेमोक्रेसी. आपने कांग्रेस को हटा करके आपने और बड़ा कांग्रेस यहां पर खड़ा कर दिया है.
Let me tell you one thing,
सरकार सर हमेशा जस्टिस के लिए काम करती आ रही है. कानून हमारे लिए सर्वोपरि है सर, और किसी भी विक्टिम को जस्टिस दिलाना हमारा भी कर्तव्य है. और मैं बोल रही हूँ
अगर आप ऐसे कर्तव्य से नहीं, ये आई वॉश कर रहे हैं, आप आई वॉश कर रहे हैं, पब्लिक का सेंटीमेंट.
यू आर डूइंग एन आई वॉश, यू आर डूइंग एन आई वॉश. आप मीडिया मैनेजमेंट कर रहे हैं. सोहेल,
let's not get into
Sohail,
latitudinal stuff.
Let us not browbeat.
It's quite clear that there was dereliction of duty on the part of the government of Madhya Pradesh. It is quite clear. It is equally clear there was dereliction of duty on the part. Again, Diljit is speaking.
But please remember one thing.
Sohail, louder.
But if he keeps speaking, how can I speak louder? I don't know what's going on today. If Arnab Goswami asked me to speak, so can I finish?
Please continue.
Can I finish?
But you are on the right, yeah.
So basically, Gunjan, the point is that your government is in power. Twisha's father is absolutely justified in raising a grievance saying that we expected better. The police is under the state government. The chief minister belongs to the BJP. They are absolutely justified in questioning why has the BJP become a replica of what the Congress used to be? Because that's not what the expectations were from the BJP. And if the government of Madhya Pradesh has behaved in the manner as it has, as we all know, to my mind, It is a slur. And it is a slap on the face of the governance promises that were made no less by a person than the Prime Minister. You cannot fault people for having expectations from your government.
All helping hands to the family of Tisha.
Did I interrupt you?
A government is taking all necessary steps to achieve justice.
Did I interrupt you? Let me finish. This new thing amongst spokespeople and all on the debate to keep interrupting. No, let me finish. I will be a better filibuster than you can ever imagine. Let me finish my point, then you speak till eternity. My point is simple. There is no question that the government of Madhya Pradesh failed in its principal duty for the first 3 days. By meeting Twisha's family, the Chief Minister has done no favor to anyone. He has done this because of media pressure. Let's not fool each other. We expect better. Twisha's father expects better. Now you can say whatever you want to.
No, I want to go to Manish Bariyar at this point. Manish, the concern should be for the BJP right now. You are from, no, one minute. Let me go to pictures from Bihar. Manish, you're from Bihar and you're live from Patna right now. You saw the pictures in the beginning of my program today. Right? People are talking about this man. It's a BJP government in Bihar. So BJP government in Bihar catches an 85-year-old man to put him in jail for a 34-year-old case. Which means he was 51 when the crime was committed, 54 when he was, when the case started, and now he's 86 or so, and he's being taken to jail. You have a BJP government in Madhya Pradesh, but look at the way the BJP government treats the judge. So is the BJP, are BJP governments behaving with judges differently from those of the Aam Aadmi? Why do two BJP governments with the same party in power have a different approach when it comes to a judge, right? And a different approach when it comes to an Aam Aadmi? Please think carefully before you reply. The visuals are such that you can't deny the truth. Pictures don't lie.
No,
Manish.
It is not true, Arnab. I think I have all the sympathies and I appreciate the kind of work media has done, and everybody is aghast and devastated with what has happened to Twisha. And I think justice must be done. But I think at the same time, I don't think this is a matter that should be politicized. Giribala is inside jail. That is the truth. And the truth is that she was under due process.
She's not inside jail. She's inside a hospital.
That is more important.
There is a world of difference. She's inside a hospital.
Management has to be done.
She's inside a medical room. She has a bed.
Okay, but she
has special facilities.
She belongs to.
No, she doesn't. She belongs to a cell. She belongs to a general cell.
I think, it's about prison management, prison manual. I'm sure that you are fair in criticizing what is happening. But don't blame the government. I think the government has taken up pretty...
Who runs the jail?
It has ensured that...
Does the court run the jail or the government runs the jail? The court runs the court. The government runs the jail.
As per the court instructions, as per the...
Has the court told you to put her in a special arrangement?
There are no loopholes. Arnab, I'm not saying that there are no loopholes. She is a powerful lady, well connected, and at the same time...
So she's done her setting, she's managed things inside the jail. And it's okay.
Absolutely. And we know that in real life, people do that. I'm not even absorbing.
So people do that. It's okay. So what changed then between Congress government and BJP? What changed?
Lot of difference.
But jail ke andar special facilities abhi bhi milegi.
BJP and
Anurag.
I think had it been another...
We're going to take callers.
I would like first to give a short reply to Gunjan. See, if had the government taken and the local police taken immediate strict steps in arresting Samar, अगर उन्होंने टाइमली कॉर्डन ऑफ कर दिया होता घर को, अगर उन्होंने अच्छे से पहला पोस्टमार्टम कराया होता, जैसा नवनीति जी ने बोला कि लिगेचर ही 2 दिन कार में घूमता रहा एक इंस्पेक्टर के, लिगेचर भेजा नहीं जाता है फर्स्ट पोस्टमार्टम के लिए, एंड द हाईएस्ट पुलिस ऑफिसर ऑफ अवर कमिश्नरेट सेज ऐसी छोटी-छोटी गलती हो जाती है. If all these things,
okay, let's take 5 or 6 callers. Our first caller is Amitabh Srivastava from Navi Mumbai. Amitabh, hi. Quickly, please, Amitabh, your thoughts on this case?
Hi, Arnab. Good evening.
Sir.
Hi, Arnab. Good evening. Good evening.
Yes.
Good evening, sir.
Yeah. Can you repeat your question, Arnab? Sorry.
No. I said, what are your thoughts on this case? You know, the obviously hearing are ongoing.
Just in 2 lines. First, you have been very beautifully and very courageously taking our voice before the system. I say there is justice in India, but only for few people who are in the system and above all. And to the lady of the BJP, I would like to say that, Madam, do you think that our Arnab is raising voice for justice only? No. He is raising voice for equality for these 140 crore people. Think from this perspective.
Only for equality, you're right, I tell you, Amitabh, I'm horrified and I really want the BJP governments to wake up as to what is happening before people start stereotyping them as well. Sridhar from Thane, Sridhar.
Yes, sir.
Sridhar, what do you think of this case? Good evening. Anything you want to tell Twisha's father? He's with me today.
She is a very powerful lady. She should not be kept in Bhopal or Madhya Pradesh. She has to shift it to Tihar jail. Tihar jail is the best because she
shift her to Tihar jail. I agree.
She has to shift it to Tihar jail.
I have been saying this from day one. She should not be in custody in Madhya Pradesh. Somashekar from Bengaluru. Somashekar.
Yeah, good evening, Arnab.
Good evening.
There are 2 points which I would like to make. The jail administrators should not be left scot-free because they are the people who are entertaining, and the mother and the son should be punished with life imprisonment. Otherwise, the government is sending wrong signals to the entire country.
And these are the
wrong signals to the young judges.
These are the cases which people think set national examples. Isliye the government should not think these are 1 or 2 isolated cases. Subhash from Nashik. Subhash.
Arnab, good evening, Arnab.
Good evening.
Gunjan, I have a question specifically for you. How many of your BJP ministers and your government employees have association or they had their cases in Giribala's court? You so blatantly come on the TV, you are protecting Giribala as if she's you are defending Giribala as if she.
Whenever you are mentioning that Giribala is powerful, she can't be powerful in law. She can't be powerful in judiciary.
So how can she be?
Then you don't let her get special facilities. You see, there is a symbolism to this. If you see, Gunjan, if she has special facilities, it gives a wrong impression to the people are angry. Venkatesh from Bengaluru, last caller tonight. Venkatesh.
Good evening, Mr. Goswami. I want to make very quick points. First, condolences to Trisha's family. Second point is, Mr. Goswami, in your judgment, the court said state should not weaponize law against citizens. The inverse of that also should be implemented. State or the judiciary should not roll out liberties to people who don't deserve. And these people, in this particular case, are not just a threat to the society, they are a threat to the law and order, they are a threat to the country.
They are.
They should be punished. I mean, what is the court waiting for?
I don't know, Venkatesh, this is so frustrating. I suspected this. I told Navnidhi ji that you be careful. These people know how to fix the system. Abhi bhi aapko main keh raha hu. One of the reasons I've done the debate today is to put pressure on the system. जब भी सिस्टम को लगती है ना कि मीडिया की नजर हट चुकी है तो they will go back to their ways.
सर मैं कहना चाहता हूँ आज मैं आप लोगों से कहना चाहता हूँ आपको आश्चर्य नहीं होगा आप यहाँ डिबेट कर रहे हैं अगर मैं भोपाल चला गया और मेरे साथ कुछ हो गया
जी
तो फिर आप डिबेट करते रह जाएंगे हमारे यहाँ आपने क्यों मेरे को भोपाल में रखा हुआ है केस के लिए क्यों नहीं मुझे ये सुओ मोटो लिया गया तो मुझे यहाँ पर शिफ्ट कीजिए ना
शिफ्टेड टू दिल्ली उत्तर प्रदेश
मुझे क्यों जाना पड़ेगा मध्य प्रदेश
He is not safe.
मैं आपको पता है मैं कितनी बड़ी डेंजर में था जब वहां पर जबलपुर कोर्ट में
I agree with
मेरे एडवोकेट को मारा इन लोगों ने पकड़ के
So I think we will push for this case. I'll continue to report it. Powerful people are not happy with us, but Republic does not care. We will fight for you, sir. On the other side tonight, I believe in picking up cases if they have symbolic relevance. But then what we saw as a fire in Delhi, in which so many people died over the yesterday, was not just a fire. It was waiting to happen. Corruption kills. When we are back.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He's accused of rape. After being in jail for 9 months, he gets bail, which means he's still an accused. He's an accused in a rape case. And the case goes back to 2025 when he took an LLB student to one place on the pretext of introducing her to a senior advocate. He drugged her drink and then he sexually assaulted her. He is still under trial for rape. He has not been released. But when he comes out, this rape accused, garlands are put on him as if he's some kind of a hero, as if he's achieved something great. Is a rapist to be celebrated, ladies and gentlemen? I ask you that question.
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी बार एकदम सॉलिड।
ऑप्टोरोमा मैनुअल वाइंडिंग 4 लोगों के पास है।
कुछ इससे भी अनोखा।
कमला पसंद, सिर्फ एक अनोखा स्वाद। कमला पसंद पान मसाला।
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Twisha Sharma. Who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice, for bringing something that's utterly false, illegal or wrong to public attention? It is only and only the media. And today, therefore, we are doing a media trial in this specific case, ladies and gentlemen, of Twisha Sharma, the 33-year-old daughter-in-law of an ex-judge, in a case where the ex-judge and the ex-judge's advocate's son appear to be more than involved. Ladies and gentlemen, 15 questions tonight. And if they think it's a media trial, so be it.
It's corruption that killed 21 people in Delhi. They admit on camera that the system is managed. Public investigation exposes the rot tonight at 9 p.m. Presented by Amity University, ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally. Powered by RP Sanjeev Goenka Group, growing legacies since 1820. TVS iQube, India's favorite family EV.
आज पूरी दुनिया कह रही है ये भारत की सदी है। भारत की उपलब्धियों ने, भारत की सफलताओं ने पूरे विश्व में एक नई उम्मीद जगाई है। वो भारत दुनिया की ग्रोथ को ड्राइव कर रहा है।
From the Republic Media Network headquarters, it's time for Arnab Goswami on the debate. Arnab Goswami on the debate.
The problem is with the word tragedy, because it is much worse than that. The problem is with the word accident, because what happened in Delhi was certainly not an accident. The problem, ladies and gentlemen, is saying 21 people dead in Delhi fire. No, ladies and gentlemen. No, ladies and gentlemen. There's only one headline for this. What happened? When you see the pictures of the people trying to desperately flee the fire, when you see someone on a rooftop trying to find a way to get away, when you see someone jumping out, when you see a body charred, we say 21 people killed in Delhi fire. No, there is only one headline for this. And that is a two-word headline. Corruption kills. And we feel corruption will always kill someone else. No, ladies and gentlemen. Corruption can kill you, me, or anyone. We can all be victims. In a way, we are all victims. But when we see an incident like what happened in Malviya Nagar in Delhi, we feel, oh, it was an accident. It was not an accident. Someone was making a lot of money illegally. Somebody was flouting the law. Somebody was allowing them to flout the law. Some Sarkari Babu was making money. Somebody was getting a hafta. The money was going up the chain. Ladies and gentlemen, that's how corruption kills. So when you see these stories, woman resting her head on a man's shoulder, holding him in embrace, both found dead in a restroom, suffocated to death in their last moments. Remember, corruption kills. When you hear about 8 members of the Agarwal family at the hotel to be close to their hospitalized father, remember, corruption kills. When you hear about an African couple who came with hope to the hospital close by, seeking IVF treatment in the hope they would have a child, found dead in each other's arms, remember, corruption kills. When you hear about Shrutika, who was supposed to join a new firm, she was on a call, maybe for that new job, and she shouted, help, help. Her body was found in an AIMS mortuary. Remember that corruption kills. When you hear of a young 29-year-old Iraqi national in Delhi for the treatment of his 18-year-old cousin who had a brain tumor, hoping that his cousin would get a new breath of life, both dead. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, corruption kills. The problem in our country is this: we feel this is not corruption. So Republic did a sting operation and we found a lot. Ladies and gentlemen, all rules have been broken. No rules about bed and breakfast were followed, otherwise this would not have happened. Is this not corruption? Rules say only 6 rooms were allowed, 26 rooms were operating. Was somebody in the government not getting a bribe? Corruption kills. The Delhi Fire Services data shows that over 90% of eateries, hotels in Delhi do not have or did not have a fire NOC. Do you think the government does not know? Of course they know. Do you think nobody is getting paid for it? For allowing corruption? Yes, ladies and gentlemen, corruption kills. The point I'm trying to make is it's not good enough not to have top-level corruption. If corruption is there in the lower levels of our society, the middle levels of our society, that's where 99% of corruption happens. Yes, you don't call it a big 10,000 crore scam, but it is corruption. And unless that corruption goes away, then what happened in this sort of terrible incident in Malviya Nagar will continue to happen. You have a choice today, viewers. You can look at these cases and start raising questions. Or you can call it cases of urban misgovernance. This is not misgovernance. The Upar fire tragedy was not just a fire tragedy, that was 1997. To be precise, 13 June 1997. And today, ladies and gentlemen, today is the 4th of June 2026. In 10 days, it will be 29 years since Opar. In 29 years, we learnt no lesson. 29 years back, corruption killed. 29 years later, corruption is continuing to kill. Many of you were shocked when on 27 July 2024, there was an incident in which 3 UPSC aspirants died, drowned in their coaching center in Old Rajinder Nagar in Delhi. You may remember that. You were all shocked and you said, all of these is because rules were flouted. And we all said, we will never let corruption kill again. But here we are 2 years later. Corruption has killed once again. And all we are is quiet witnesses to what is happening. Ladies and gentlemen, shall we never learn? Will all the incidents which have happened be called tragedies, accidents and misgovernance, when we know that they are not? Will you continue to think that someone else will be the victim, when you or someone close to you can be a victim in the future? Please rise, spread the video, spread awareness, challenge the system, challenge the situation, spread the hashtag corruption kills, so it stops doing so sometime in the near future. Let's debate.
Raham, 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 Allah Raham, Raham, Allah Raham, कूद गई, Allah Raham, 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 रुका तक नहीं जा रहा। भाई बहुत बेकार सर्विस है, फायर ब्रिगेड वालों की बहुत बेकार सर्विस है। हम खुद रस्सियां फेंक फेंक के बंदों को बचा रहे हैं, लेकिन कोई नहीं आया। अब सोच लो, हम सामने वाली बिल्डिंग में रह के हम पर रुका नहीं जा रहा था, ऊपर आते में तो अंदर बेचारे कैसे रुक रहे हैं।
For 1 hour, this window was the only escape route for over 70 people inside the building in Delhi's Malviya Nagar.
आधा घंटे से हम लोग सभी लोग हौसलानी के लोग बुझा रहे थे आग, ऊपर से लोगों को कुदा रहे थे। अब आग ने भयंकर रूप ले लिया है। अब आई दमकल की गाड़ी, देखिए 20 मिनट के बाद जब सब कुछ।
Fire brigade was 1 hour late. There was only one exit. A building meant for 6 rooms, but operated 26.
We are in front of this Green Residency Hotel. And we had also gained the exclusive access to the license order, which clearly says that it's also under the same B&B scheme. We are going to get inside and try to find out. We try to get inside and find out if they have more than 6 rooms. This is the first room. This is the ground floor. 2 other rooms at the other end. You can see this is the first floor. You can see there are 3 rooms over here, and there are 2 other rooms on the other side. So that makes it 5, the total number 5. Now again, there are 3 rooms on the second floor as well. This is 201, 202. This is 203, and you can see yet again there are 2 other rooms on the other side of this floor. That makes it the total number go up to 13. We do not even have to climb another floor, viewers, because this itself gives us enough evidence how illegally these people are running these hotels.
Statistics show over 90% of hotels in Delhi do not have a fire NOC.
ये इलीगल होटल चल रहे हैं और अभी से नहीं, ये हो गए 4-5 साल हो गए इसी तरीके से, और अब तो लगातार बनते जा रहे हैं नए होटल्स इस एरिया में, हौजरानी के अंदर लगातार बन रहे हैं।
यहाँ पे कभी MCD वाले, पुलिस वाले, कोई अथॉरिटी आई होगी, एक्शन लिया होगा,
कुछ नहीं सर। देखिए ये सिस्टम है और ये सिस्टम ऐसे ही चलता है। इसमें MCD भी आती है, हेल्थ भी आता है, लाइसेंसिंग डिपार्टमेंट भी आते हैं, लेकिन उनके मंथली होते हैं, वो अपने हिसाब से मैनेज करके चले जाते हैं। पूरी बिल्डिंग बन गई और सालों से चल भी रहा है।
A Republic investigation throws up uncomfortable truths.
एयरपोर्ट के पास और कौन सा जगह है जहाँ मिल जाएगा? 2000 2,500 वही जो B&B वाले लाइसेंस वाले हैं, वे दे दे कि नंबर ऑफ रूम्स बिल्कुल ब्लॉक हो गए ना। 90% लोगों के पास लाइसेंस नहीं है। BNB का 50% लोगों के पास BNB का लाइसेंस है। तो BNB में 6 से ज़्यादा आप लगा सकते हो। 1 महीना तक ऐसे ही रहेगा। 6 से ज़्यादा जो लगाएगा उसका जवाब देना।
He admits 90% of hotels have no license. And then we go to another hotel in Mahipalpur with a B&B license. This one can rent 6 rooms but was willing to give us 7, willing to break rules after a tragedy.
पीछे वाले होटलों बोल रहे हैं कि अपने को ऐसा नहीं चाहिए कि मैं गेस्ट आ जाए शाम को उनको खाली वाली करा। लाइसेंस BNB तो नहीं है ना इसका। BNB का लाइसेंस होता है, उसी में लाइसेंस कहते हैं BNB। जिनके पास नहीं होता वो BNB नहीं होते हैं, वो कभी खाली हो सकते हैं। जिनके पास लाइसेंस होता है ये लगा हुआ, हमें कोई खाली नहीं करा।
Corruption ensured fire norms are violated, and violations of norms ensured the number of people dying each year increases. The truth is in these numbers that show 4 times increase in fire deaths in Delhi's death traps.
अभी तो एक ही बेटी का आया, बाकी तो सब आने हैं, अभी 4 और अभी आने हैं। ये हमारी ज़िंदगी में पहला ऐसा सीन होगा कि जब हम एक ही जगह पे 5-5 अर्थीयाँ देखेंगे। एक बहुत ही अच्छा परिवार था हमारे परिवार का, हमारे कुनबे का, और ये बहुत बड़ी ट्रेजेडी है हमारे परिवार के लिए। हमारे खानदान में हमने आज तक कभी ऐसा नहीं देखा कि जब
12 foreigners, 9 Indians dead. Just statistics for our politicians and bureaucrats in a system that
My first question is to Anil Gupta, the spokesperson of the BJP, who's joining us. Mr. Gupta, monthly payments are being made. There is a hafta system. 90% of the hotels do not have appropriate licenses. Corruption is happening. Rules are totally broken, right? And this is happening in a BJP government. Was the BJP elected to remove this kind of corruption or to make it even deeper?
See, this is a very unfortunate incident. All citizens are in a state of shock and grief. It should not have happened. See, this bed and breakfast scheme was started in 2007 by Sheila Dikshit government. And we are aware that so many illegal hotels under this schemes have flourished in Delhi. Recently, few days back, before this incident, the Delhi government has terminated this scheme because we came to know that under the pretext of this bed and breakfast scheme, so many illegal hotels.
When did you terminate the scheme?
Just few days back. I will communicate to you the date also. And yesterday only, when high-level meeting was held under the Lieutenant Governor, it has been decided to do door-to-door checking for all these commercial properties.
How many days, how long have you been in power in Delhi this time?
Roughly 1 year and few months.
So in 1 year you have not been able to do anything. So
let me reply.
I'm asking you that 1 year is too little.
Sir, I'm replying. Delhi has more than 25 lakhs of properties. We got all this in the legacy. We were out of power for 27 years. I said this scheme was floated in 2007. The same scheme was continued by the Aam Aadmi Party government.
And by you also.
Arnab, when can we hear this? Just few days back, it has been terminated. And now, because of this shocking incident, a inquiry has been set up. And
no. This is like Congress type reply. Karan is debating. Karan, usually a BJP supporter, is on the other side tonight. Karan.
No, Arnab, it's disgusting. I think these cliche replies that an inquiry has been initiated and we are in grief. You all are not in grief. Plain and simple. Had you been in grief, the first thing you would have done is ensure that there is an audit of all these licenses. We've had these fires breaking out 2 years back. I remember on this show, And BJP people saying that the first thing we'll do when we come to power is run an audit. But you are celebrating first year, our achievements of the first year. Kapil is doing a show, Rekha Gupta is doing a show. What all are you dancing for? When you cannot fix the basics, why do you have these shows of 1 year achievements, 2 year achievements? What the hell have you achieved if you've not been able to deliver on basic things? Arnab, every year in India, I'm talking about India now, we have close to 10,000 people dying due to fire-related incidents because of corruption. Leave aside the gas leaks that happen in houses and all, I'm leaving that aside for a minute. We have people dying due to potholes, and then they show us the universe. Oh, we are the 4th largest economy. We are this, we are Vishwaguru. If we cannot even provide basics to our people, shame on the political class. I say this with full conviction, and they are all cut from the same cloth.
Now, who took the bribe? Who took the bribe in this case? Mr. Anil Gupta, you can be frank with all of us today. You can be candid with us and honest with us. See, somebody took a bribe, right? Only Vimlendu is there, Neelam Krishnamurthy is there, Somnath Bharti is there, and Savio Rodriguez and Shaina NC are there. In your initial investigations, can you tell us who took the bribe? Somebody, maybe 1 or 2 people, a group of 3-4 people took the bribes. In this case, can you tell us their names? How much bribe did they take? And were there any politicians also who got a part of the bribe?
If you ask me frankly, the license was given on 3rd May 2024. That time, Somnath Bharti was the MLA. Saurabh Bhardwaj was the minister who gave this license. Somnath Bharti resides just near to that place. He was MLA for 10 years.
Okay.
He should have answered this.
Somnath Bharti, I want to get a response to that one. Somnath Bharti, you're the MLA in this area. You're the MLA in this area. Did you or the Aam Aadmi Party or anyone else take a bribe to allow this kind of corruption? After all, he is right. This license was given in 2024 for 6 rooms. Okay. Now they're operating 26 rooms. First of all, why did you start this BNB policy? Did you take any bribe? Did you give any bribe?
1 second, I'm just...
Or take any bribe?
Don't incite me.
No, I'm not inciting. Anil Gupta is saying that you are involved.
Baranwal is daughter of my dear friend. Tragedy has happened in my family almost. Okay, and I'll tell you, 3rd of May 2024. What was happening on that day? Lok Sabha election was in offing. Election Commission was in charge of the administration. Number 1. Do you recall, Arnab, ACB, Anti-Corruption Branch, using which, when I was the Law Minister in 2014, that time there was a mayhem in Delhi. All corrupt people were running here and there. What was done by BJP the moment they came to power? They immediately took away. In June 2014, they took away Anti-Corruption Branch from Aam Aadmi Party government, saying, no, it is a police department and it will work under LG. Because they were all corrupt to the core, they did not want corruption to be investigated. BJP was so scared. And today, since then, Anti-Corruption Branch, ED, CBI, Income Tax, Delhi Police are under them. So why did they not investigate even till now? And I'm challenging Dr. Anil Gupta live on this TV, on your TV channel, that please investigate, and whosoever is found, hang him publicly in front of the same house.
You were in power for how many years? 1 minute.
Give me
you were in power for 10 years in Delhi. In those 10 years in Delhi, all these bed and breakfast operations started. Each one of them, 90% of them are flouting the rules. Everybody knows that bribes are being paid. आप कोई दूध के धुले तो नहीं है ना? आम आदमी पार्टी सरकार में how much bribes, how much money exchanged hands is all I want to know. Secondly, Mr. Anil Gupta, you can fight with him as much as you want politically, but he says that you are an MLA from the same area.
Why did you not investigate?
Are you an MLA from the same area?
No.
Are you an MLA from the same area? Please answer my question.
Do I have a... Of course, I am the MLA from the same area.
If you are an MLA from the same area and this is happening under your nose, if this is happening under your nose, You have run the government, you've given the licenses, you're an MLA from the area. This is happening under your nose, which means you know what's going on. You know what's going on. Somnath Bharti, be fair today. You know what's going on. Accept responsibility.
BJP.
You're all part of the same system.
Since beginning. Don't accuse me. Mind your words.
How do you not know what happened? What do you mean mind your words?
Somebody
do you not know what happened? These illegal structures are operating in your constituency. You were in power for 10 years. You're saying you did not know.
Arnab is responsible. Arnab Goswami, by supporting Modi government, who is
you're the legislator from the area where the building was built. Your government gave the clearances. Your government saw 1 decade of responsibility being flouted. Your government allowed all these illegalities to go on, and now you're saying I'm responsible. I mean, have you lost your mind?
Equally a partner in this murder.
Now see. Somnath Bharti.
You are equally a part of this murder.
Cornered Somnath Bharti.
You are equally a murderer.
You're a legislator.
You have killed these 21 people.
You are a legislator.
You go the media.
You gave the clearances.
We go the media.
You gave the clearances. You allowed this to happen. You can do whatever you want.
You are not Goswami.
You allowed it. You're a
legislator. Mind your words.
What do you mean mind your words? Mind your language. You allowed this to happen, didn't you?
Mind your words.
Are you not a legislator from the area?
When I asked this question in the assembly.
Are you not a legislator from the area? Did you not know? Achha, you tell me. You didn't know the rules were being flouted, Mr. Bharti? You didn't know the rules.
It does not belong to you.
You didn't know the rules are being flouted?
I asked this question.
You tell me clearly, we are all watching tonight. Karan, all watching tonight, right? I will question the BJP, but I will question you also. You're saying you're a legislator happening under our eyes. You're telling me to watch my words and my language. I will not watch my words. I will not watch my language. I will ask you again. You are saying you didn't know. How far is your house from this place?
Problem is this with you.
How far is your own house from this place?
So?
So what? You're a legislator.
So?
The rules flouted in your...
So what?
In your... Did you know the man who ran this in... Do you know the man who ran this?
No.
Do you know the man who ran this?
No.
Do you know... The answer is not no.
No, I don't know.
Do you know the man who ran this?
Oh, a stupid person.
I'm asking, do you know the man who...
The guts to ask the right person.
I am asking you every single question. I'm getting under your skin. I am asking you again.
I don't know.
Mr. Bharti.
I don't know. Do you have the guts?
You don't know that near Max Hospital. You don't know that near Max Hospital there are so many illegal structures.
You don't have.
You don't know that. Everyone on. You don't know. Now you're going to be exposed.
Is under Amit Shah?
No. 1 minute.
Anti-corruption.
You're the legislator. It was your government. You're the MLA. You're saying you did not know all the illegal structures were operating out of this area. You don't know. You really don't know.
You don't have the guts.
You really don't know?
You admit today.
No, you don't know all these illegal structures operating in Somnath Bharti.
To Mr. Modi and BJP.
All these structures operating.
How much money you get from Mr. Modi?
All the structures that were operating.
How much money you get from Mr. Modi?
I'm not going to ask you about the case of domestic violence that you face.
For not asking the question
I'm asking you straight, Savio.
How much money do you get it?
I'm asking you. You're a legislator. You're saying you don't know.
How much money do you get it?
You're losing it. You're on the edge.
How much money do you get?
You're going to lose it completely.
For not
you're going to lose it completely. I'm saying you're the legislator. You're from the area. Savio is on the debate tonight. You see, when you ask, I'm saying everyone's responsible. BJP and Aam Aadmi Party as well. Savio is on the debate tonight.
Mr. Modi for not asking the question.
I love these moments when politicians get so hammered so badly they get nervous.
You are the murderer.
Savio.
Arnab Goswami is the murderer.
Please tell us,
Arnab Goswami is the murderer.
Why did the Aam Aadmi Party not crack down on the illegal properties in Delhi when you were in government? The people of Delhi put their trust in you, Somnath Bharti. This particular hotel is in your constituency.
So who had the anti-corruption branch?
It was given a license when you were the MLA.
So what?
You don't have responsibility.
You don't have the loss of your own.
Okay, I don't
have
know.
I have lost daughter of my friend.
You don't deserve to be an MLA then.
Audio is back.
If you don't have the responsibility of
should I ask, will Arnab Goswami be responsible for what is happening in the TV?
You don't deserve to talk about this case.
So you will not ask the questions from...
Talk about this case, Somnath Bharti. Are you not at that point of time the enemy of that place? Were you not?
Stop it!
What are you afraid of?
Stop
your
it!
incompetency. Are you afraid of
lost
your
the plot, sir.
incompetency? Why don't you stand up for the truth?
You are incompetent. You don't have the guts to ask the right person the right question. That's the whole problem.
Okay, my initial information is, my initial information is, and we are on the debate now. Very important point is coming up. Now, Shaina is on the debate. Vimlendu is on the debate. Now, let me share one thing with you. See, don't make these kind of things political.
Before accusing me,
just put your finger down here.
For all of my life, I have not touched a penny.
You
I have not touched a penny. How dare?
Responsible for
How dare?
Why did you
don't have the guts to ask the question from the right person.
Now, viewers, Vimlendu, let me share one thing with you. First of all, I want to tell you, Somnath Bharti, just calm down.
If you are told you
calm down, calm down, Somnath.
And you have to,
Somnath, calm down.
I will take you to the court.
Calm down.
Let me warn you.
Calm down. Now,
I take my life on my heart.
Why are you behaving in an uncouth way? What is all this? Putting your hand and all like that. Don't do that. As far as I know, the Minister for Tourism in the Aam Aadmi Party government was Saurabh Bhardwaj. 1 minute. As far as I know, the Minister for Tourism in the Aam Aadmi Party government was Saurabh Bhardwaj. And later Atishi became Chief Minister, she took over the portfolio. And now I think it is this Kapil Mishra, right? So I'm saying everyone is responsible. Everybody gets hassled, you see, because I'm telling the truth. Dabwali fire tragedy 1995, I was there in Haryana when it happened. It was because of corruption.
You don't have the guts to ask the right person the right question.
And Ophar cinema tragedy.
You are on their payroll.
1997, right? 1997 is going to be 29 years. And we have, we have with us today someone who has suffered the most, Neelam Krishnamurthy, who lost her children in that case. And Neelam, these politicians are the same. All of these cases are not tragedies, they are cases of corruption. What was Opar tragedy? It was a case of corruption. You violate the rules because you can choose to violate the rules. Right, Neelam? And now we ask a question to a politician, he gets hassled. Am I saying the BJP is not responsible? It is. Both are. Both are trying to pass the blame to each other. Neelam Krishnamurthy. Neelam ji.
Anti-corruption branch is with BJP.
Yeah, Arnab, all I can say is, will you be kind enough to let me speak? Will you be please kind enough to let me speak? Can you please let me speak? Well, Arnab, all I can say in the last 29 years, nothing has changed. Different parties have come and gone, and we have learnt no lessons from Opar. What happened in 90s? बहुत reverb आ रहा है.
Please, I can hear you, Neelam ji. I can hear you.
You know, the NOCs were issued for a price. Yeah, okay. Now, the NOCs were issued for a price. To an extent, the Delhi Fire Service official who had issued the NOC to Opar was on a casual leave. And he was charge-sheeted, he was convicted. So, I think nothing has changed. So, all I can say, Arnab, after 29 years, there are three things which are responsible. Number one, the owners and the occupiers, it's their responsibility. Number two, the agencies who are responsible to carry on the inspections, and the government, which is responsible along with that. Number three, the courts. Why the owners are responsible? Because they like to, contravene all the rules which are there for fire safety. These officials come and tell them how to violate the rules. They issue the NOCs for a price. Unfortunately, the price of these NOCs was in thousands in 90s when Opar happened. And later on, it went into lakhs. And now with the cost of construction going up, you have so much high-rise buildings coming up, it's gone into crores. So NOC is also now available for 1 crore, not less than that. Now how do you stop this? This is only possible if you give them exemplary punishment. Who's responsible for doing that? the courts. What has the Supreme Court done? In fact, Arnab, I'd like to highlight here, the only fire tragedy case, you know umpteen fire tragedy cases which have happened in India. The only case which has reached the Supreme Court is the Upar fire tragedy case. What did the Supreme Court do in that? They allowed the unsels to walk free, asking them to give a fine of 30 crore each, that is 60 crore to the Delhi government. Please remember that. And 10 lakh rupees to the fire official. He also was allowed to walk free. So I think it's very convenient. Now, if you see, the Delhi government was actually rewarded for being complicit in the Upar fire tragedy. It wasn't a punishment. I went to meet Arvind Kejriwal and I told him not to accept the money. He said, okay, I will not, because I said this is blood money. But later on, when I came to know he's accepted the money, he said, madam, constitutional crisis ho jayega. Chaliye theek hai, aap trauma center laga dijiye, because this money was for having a trauma center which is to be dedicated to the victims of Upar. And one of the person from association should have also been on the board when the trauma center was to be made up. But unfortunately, between 2015 and 25, the trauma center did not come up. I moved the Supreme Court, and the Delhi government has filed an affidavit in the Supreme Court that we've used this money for the budgetary allocation. Isn't that a reward for the Delhi government? So if the Supreme Court is going to
shame. Somnath Bharti, don't be careful. Somnath Bharti may take you also to court.
How are we going to learn?
He likes to take people to court. He will take you to court for speaking the truth.
No, it's a fact what I'm speaking. No, anyone can take me to court. I've spent my life in courts. I'm ready to go into the courts again. But I will speak the truth. And this is the truth. This is there in the affidavit of the Delhi government in the Supreme Court right now. I can show it to you right now if he wants to see it. And even Arvind Kejriwal knows this is a fact. I went to meet him. This is all over in the media. They can Google right now. I went to meet him and I made him a request not to accept this money. This is exactly all these politicians have done. And let me say one more thing. ये पैसा जो नीचे इंस्पेक्टर लेता है ना अर्नब, ये ऊपर तक जाता है. It's a big chain. I have seen this happening in the police, in the MCD, every single department. Otherwise, are you trying to tell me so many illegal structures are running? These people can't see. They're all the local residents. They can't see. अरे यहाँ पे B&B बाहर लिखा है. How is it such a big place? B&B is not supposed to be more than 6 rooms. There are about 25, 30 cars standing parked outside. Any person would have a common sense. This must be having more rooms than 6. So these local representatives, the MLAs, इनको अभी तक पता नहीं था कि वहाँ पे कितने room हैं. How was this place being allowed to run? It is all with their connivance. All of them, I blame each one of them. The only tragedy is they have not lost any of their own. Say they don't know what it means to lose someone.
Yeah, ask them live on the program. That was a nice window. Ask them. Neelam Krishnamurthy asked them. Vimalendu Jha cornered them. BJP and AAP, who have between them been running Delhi, are both on my program. Don't spare anyone. But I want to say one thing, Vimalendu. You know, if there is no fire pandemic going on in India, no? In Goa nightclub fire, December 2025. Why? Was bribes not paid in that case? What happened there? How many such cases have happened there? Rajkot fire, remember the TRP game zone fire, Rajkot, 2024, how many children died? Almost 30 people died, including many children. The fact is the politicians know that people will get angry for 2 days, but they have got politicians and bureaucrats. For them, it is a big business model. Breaking rules is the business model in our country. Making rules they are meant to be broken so that money can be made. That's the reason for what happened. That's why UPSC candidates die. That's why people outside the hospitals die. That's why there are these fires. And you will see this, Vimalendu, BJP and AAP will fight each other, then they will make up after that, after the program. I am sure that Somnath Bharti will call Anil Gupta and say, Sab kuch theek hai. Anil Gupta, don't think I'm being cruel. I'm telling you a reality.
Yeah.
Vimalendu, your thoughts, and many people are calling. I'm going to take calls also tonight. Yeah.
So Arnab, one very important that this should not be treated as an isolated event. We've actually seen, we've had a pattern of not even, we shouldn't even call it an accident. This is completely criminal negligence. And also, this is not just about fire, because last week we've also seen something happening in Saket when the building collapsed. We've talked about what is happening in Muzaffarpur when a hospital was on fire. I must tell you that, last couple of days I've been spending in AIMS, and most of the fire exit doors of AIMS are changed in new OPD buildings. So therefore, by design, we create such situations when there's no preparedness, and agnostic of every political party, we're seeing this because
if I may say so, there are two buildings out there. There is the All India Institute of Medical Sciences, where poor people, middle-class people all over the country come for treatment, fantastic doctors, great treatment, but the infrastructure of the building needs tremendous amount of work. You can easily spend 200, 300 crores for that building. Next to it is the World Trade Center, which is also for government departments, but that's like a 5-star hotel.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying, that, imagine the new building. So it's not just about AIMS, and it's not about Hausrani, it's not about Malviya Nagar, it's not about Rajkot, it's not about Vivek Vihar. We've seen this as a pattern, and the worst thing is, the outcome of this, usually what happens, there'll be a tragedy, there'll be a shock, there'll be some, chota guy arrested, there'll be some teeny-mini compensation, and then there'll be forgetfulness, and then we'll move on to some other issue.
BJP,
in the last 30 days, we've actually seen so many accidents, not just a fire, and for someone to say that they have to, when you put that ticker on top, saying defending measures, what face do these people actually have to defend measures of the government? Because there's no government or there's no governance. That's the reason why there are these accidents or so-called murders. I'm sorry I use the word accident, because it's not an accident. It's not as if it was negligence, they did not know. It's designed to collapse. It's designed to burn. It's designed to kill. And the movie goes on. And imagine this is South Delhi. This is Delhi. Imagine what's happening in other parts of the country.
No, and there was a fire which happened in ICU in Patna as well. 4 people have died in that.
In a hospital.
Yeah.
Now, can I say something, Arnab?
Yes, you can. Yes.
I think first, salute to Neelam ji, because she's really the torchbearer of the cause. She overtakes what any other political party has chosen to do or is trying to do, and that is the honest reality. We don't value life. We must value, because 21 people losing their lives, this is culpable homicide not amounting to murder. There are new rules in place. There's this automated continuous monitoring system, that's the ACMS, which is going to track fire equipment 24/7. It wasn't there under the 2010 rules. So it's not as if the government has not woken up, but I think maybe a little bit late. You have to take cognizance of the fact that people who have lost families, I mean, of course, there will be a huge crackdown. But what has the LG said? That hotels, lodges, nursing homes, coaching centers, etc., and rooms that, exceed permitted limit are to be closed.
Well, why are you waking up all this is known to the government. What is China? All this is known to the government. All this is known to the government. Please, China. There was no fire NOC. There are illegal room expansions. There are unauthorized basements. There's single exit and sealed doors. There's a concealment at the licensing. There is an unsafe restaurant. The point is, China, to have so many laws flouted, you need to pay bribes. Which means bribe giving and bribe taking is continuing under the BJP government. I'm going to the main point. Why, Anil ji, I know that you have asked the AAP questions, you have every right to. I am asking you, Anil ji, why are people giving bribes and taking bribes under the BJP government, double engine Sarkar in Delhi?
See, let me give you a few examples. Few days back, senior IS officer, Deputy Commissioner MCD got caught red-handed. He is behind the prison. Some other officers also there. Recently, Delhi government took action on illegal construction in Shalimar Bagh and Burari. These Aam Aadmi Party leaders protested. We are very heavy on all these unauthorized construction, illegal activities. We are working on this. But Delhi has a vast network, more than 25 lakhs properties are there. Checking each and every property takes time. Already I mentioned to you that this bed and breakfast scheme was scrapped about last month back. And recently, the Delhi government has ordered the survey of each and every these commercial activities. Any property which flouts any rules will be closed. The power and water connection will be disconnected, and we are working on zero tolerance. I also admit that there is a corruption. There is a corruption in all these activities.
So I'll give you an example. You have a six-room regulatory ceiling, right? A B&B cannot have more than 6 rooms, which means if there is a property owner who wants to run a hotel in the name of a B&B, all he has to do is pay local officials, bribes, and expand. This is what is called the hafta loophole, which means under the BJP, there is a hafta system which is continuing. You pay to get the license, then you expand freely, and you pay a hafta, what is called a monthly arrangement. Karan, am I right? The person who in our investigative report says, ये हमारा monthly arrangement होता है. तो ये ना खाऊंगा ना खाने दूंगा के कहने वाली बात है. अनिल जी, आप मुझे बताइए आज.
We got all
हर गली में दिल्ली की जहां कंस्ट्रक्शन हो रही है, it cannot proceed without this hafta system.
In Paharganj in Delhi, where also many foreigners stay, are these all legal structures, legal hotels? Anil ji, you don't know? Or you're waiting for the next fire in that area?
I have already mentioned to you, we are working hard on this. I mentioned to you several times. But we got all this in legacy. It needs time to clean this mess. You can definitely blame us because we are in the power. But
I am asking you because if there are bribes...
Surveying the 25 lakhs property is not a single day job. And we are working, we are going to stick on these officers also.
So this is not a single day job. Ansal fire happened in 1997. 29 years is not enough.
About how serious we are about fire laws to start with.
If you talk of the incident, there was incident in 2017, 19, if I tell you with the statistics, no, in 11 years ruling of the Aam Aadmi Party, not even a single firefighter were recruited.
Sir,
no modernization was done. I mean, they are also responsible. We are also responsible.
I feel you are not understanding the basic point, sir, that corruption is the reason for these murders. This is corruption.
Even today, Arnab, any new structure coming up, you think it is duly complying with everything. When our honorable spokesperson from the BJP says this, even new structures right now as we speak, zero compliance and everybody is on their payrolls. You are aware of that? Every single person living in Delhi is aware of that. Let's not...
if you have these, and especially these commercial establishments where you run restaurants, where you run hotels, you know, there is large footfall, malls. This is a serious matter. And I want to say this, it's all right to say Neelam Krishnamurthy is a brave lady, I know she is. But ask her how many MCD officials ever faced any accountability in this case. Ask her, was a single MCD official held responsible?
Never.
Was Sushil Ansal not released on age grounds?
Never, it's very strange. They issued... Of course he was released on age ground, and as you just seen 2 days back, an 80-year-old man has been sent behind bars.
That's the picture I want to show again.
Whereas Sushil Ansal was only 73.
If you're watching the program...
Where is the parity?
Did you see that visual today?
Where's the parity, Arnab? Because he's a rich man.
Yeah, did you see that picture of that poor man in Bihar who is held 34 years after the crime, 30 years after the trial, and he can't walk? Can I run the pictures, full frame? And he's being taken to jail.
Yes, please.
Because we are being told that the law is fair for all. No. This picture is a message that powerful people are sending to poor people. That the law is meant only for poor people. Where they will drag an 86-year-old man who can barely walk to jail. They will let a judge stay in a 3-star facility inside a complex.
I would like the Supreme Court judges to explain. No.
Yes.
Arnab, can I come in for a moment?
Please, you do.
I would actually like the Supreme Court judges to answer this question. How is it that a person who 73 was allowed to walk free after paying 30 crore for a trauma center? He's an 86-year-old man. He can barely walk. They're sending him behind bars.
I would like to ask the Chief Justice of India that question.
The law of the land is different for the rich and the poor. Yes.
The law is different for the rich and the poor, and we are asking that question with all sincerity today. 86-year-old man hunched over, can never walk, and he's being dragged, and police wants to make an example that we will catch you. Right? Ansal brothers, Ansal, 73-year-old, fully fit, released. Lead your years as a senior citizen in luxury and comfort. And that's the reality in our country. Do you think this is not happening because bribes are paid, Anilji? We have hope of the BJP government that things will change. How much has changed? How much has changed, Anilji? Or is it the more things change, the more things stay the same?
No. Things are changing.
Things are
I have
getting
mentioned to you so many.
Water.
Yes.
Hello.
Yes.
I have mentioned to you, even in the NCD, even in the Delhi government, if you see the track record of last few months, so many officers have been...
You brought back the man as head of the MCD, the same man who took his dog for a walk inside a stadium and emptied the stadium throughout the athletes so he could walk his dog. You made that man MCD chief. Republic asked you, why did you do that? What has changed really, Anilji, under the BJP government?
And MCD, BJP has had MCD for like 15 years. Delhi police is with them. So therefore, their inability or their justification that they're not able to do it because they've not been in power, how much more power? I think the problem is of intention, of purity, of honesty, of governance, rather than saying that they've been out of power. And 1 year is enough if you think it's only Delhi government that is supposed to be doing all of this and not MCD and not Delhi police. Still, you've had more than 12 months to really fix your house or put house in order. And this is, by the way, again, restricting us to only a fire tragedy will again be a disservice because, the building collapse or tragedies or deaths in last 1 week, we've not just seen a B&B falling apart and be on fire. We've seen Saket where students have died. We've seen a tragedy of fire in Vivek Vihar in a residential area. We've seen a building collapse in Malviya Nagar this morning. So that's tragedy multifold, and therefore to really, to blame a person, and therefore, of course that owner should be arrested, and good that owner is arrested. But we have to climb up and arrest people who are responsible for those permissions and these operations. And there needs to be accountability, not just of that accountant.
We'll take a couple of calls. I want awareness on this subject. Atul is calling from Pune. Atul, this is not a Delhi-specific issue. Your thoughts?
Yeah, thanks, Arnab, sir. First of all, thank you so much for raising voice in case of Tisha, then Surya, and all such cases. I have two suggestions, Arnab, sir. Yeah, I have two suggestions, Arnab, sir.
Yes.
One is we should decontrol police department. Okay, because whenever any new political, any new party comes into power, they always try to control the system with the help of police department. Second, we should change the narrative. I talk in Hindi, that phrase. हम बोलते हैं कि 100 लोग तो एक्यूज लोग को छोड़ दिया तो भी चलेगा, but एक innocent को कुछ नहीं होना चाहिए. Okay, this is causing a lot of issues. So this leads to a question in my mind: who's accountable for changing?
What you are saying is a dramatic idea, decontrolling the police. It's dangerous actually if there is no control over the police. But what you are saying reflects the views of people today. Nitin is calling in from Bengaluru this evening on corruption kills. Nitin.
Hi, Arnab.
Hi, Nitin.
To begin with, let me tell you, you are doing a fabulous job in exposing the truth which the so-called corporate media is exposing. Now, talking about the corruption which is killing, yes, it's absolutely true. It could be the art or the BJP or any other government. The thing is that the people, there's no systems involved. There is no type of audit. There's no type of control mechanism because of which this thing is happening. How can a hotel or a B&B which is having a 6 rooms working without a license, and then you have a 20 rooms on top?
And
the systems are there. Nitin, the systems are there. Bribes are being paid to break the system. Shaina, you want to answer that? Why this is happening? You want to answer that question?
So I think two things I'd like to say, Arnab, that yes, of course, this is a corrupt practice. Nobody can deny the fact that there are lacunas in the system, and the administration is as much to blame as is the political class. If we don't accept that, we won't even move forward to come up with solutions. But having said that, whether it's fire security in theatres, in commercial spaces, in bed and breakfast, or for that matter, in this particular case, as has been in Delhi, even with the Saket case, it's a clear case of gross corruption. Now, to say that, the BJP has come and in 11 months, everything should be cleared up, it's a Herculean task. So let's understand that what the LG is proposing to do are steps in the correct direction. The heart and the head may be in the right place, but to ensure that this does not happen again, there has to be also severe punishment for perpetrators of crime. You narrated the Goa case. Do you know the people in the Goa case have gone missing?
It's a complete hogwash. Even right now, as constructions come up in Delhi, there is gross corruption happening. So saying that we are going to stem the corruption, when new corruption is arising every single day,
to those calls,
of their hypocrisy.
To those calls I could not take. I'm very sorry. But if I look at past incidents and compare to them to the present, I will end with just one comment. The poor suffer, the rich are protected. The more things change, the more things stay the same. And what happened in Delhi was not an accident. It was a deliberate act of murder. We're going to track this story with more sting operations coming your way tomorrow. Till tomorrow evening, from all of us here at Republic, good night and goodbye.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
जब तक लाजवाब न बन जाए, उसे नहीं इत्मीनान है। तभी तो रिचमैन बनना नहीं आसान है।
Sir, what about safety from fire? केबल कौन सा लगाया है?
अरे केबल का क्या है, कोई भी चलता है।
यही चलता है, बाद में जलता है। 90% of the electrical fires are caused due to short circuit. Give lot of importance to consider fire safe cable. Ignamo, the fire safe cables from Dravid. Remember, business is safe if your cable is fire safe.
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He's accused of rape. After being in jail for 9 months, he gets bail, which means he's still an accused. He's an accused in a rape case. And the case goes back to 2025 when he took an LLB student to one place on the pretext of introducing her to a senior advocate. He drugged her drink and then he sexually assaulted her. He is still under trial for rape. He has not been released. But when he comes out, this rape accused, garlands are put on him as if he's some kind of a hero, as if he's achieved something great. Is a rapist to be celebrated, ladies and gentlemen? I ask you that question. And more than anyone else, I ask the right wing of this country. Very often I come on television and I say, yes, on several issues, I'm happy to be called a right-winger. But ladies and gentlemen, let me put it clearly. You cannot let a person like this man, this Sushil Prajapati, a leader of the Hindu Yuva Vahini, a local thug, a man accused of rape, you cannot celebrate his act of rape or celebrate the fact.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
Sir, what about safety from fire? केबल कौन सा लगाया है?
अरे केबल का क्या है, कोई भी चलता है।
यही चलता है, बाद में जलता है। 90% of the electrical fires are caused due to short circuit. Give lot of importance to consider fire safe cable. Ignamo, the fire safe cables from Ravid. Remember, business is safe if your cable is fire safe.
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Twisha Sharma. Who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice, for bringing something that's utterly false, illegal or wrong to public attention? It is only an
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He is accused of rape. After being in jail for 9 months, he gets bail, which means he's still an accused. He's an accused in a rape case. And the case goes back to 2025 when he took an LLB student to one place on the pretext of introducing her to a senior advocate. He drugged her drink and then he sexually assaulted her. He is still under trial for rape. He has not been released. But when he comes out, this rape accused, garlands are put on him as if he's some kind of a hero, as if he's achieved something great. Is a rapist to be celebrated, ladies and gentlemen? I ask you that question. And more than anyone else, I ask the right wing of this country. Very often I come on television and I say, yes, on several issues, I'm happy to be called a right-winger. But ladies and gentlemen, let me put it clearly. You cannot let a person like this man, this Sushil Prajapati, a leader of the Hindu Yuva Vahini.
From the Republic Media Network headquarters, it's time for Arnab Goswami on The Debate. Arnab Goswami on The Debate.
On the show tonight, the accused Judge Giribala is getting VVIP treatment. She's not in jail. She has managed, she and her accused son, accused in the death of Twisha, have got access to a special VVIP treatment inside a hospital, not inside a jail cell. We have details on this and a big debate coming up. And also on the show tonight, our investigative reporters find out the level of corruption and the many fires that are still to happen. Not just the one which happened over the weekend, but the many fires waiting to happen, the many lives waiting to be lost because of uncontrolled corruption. and ladies and gentlemen, as a public campaign on your behalf to fight for the rights of the oppressed. We ran a campaign to get justice for Twisha, and you supported us. It was because of your support that we were able to put pressure on the judiciary, the politicians and the bureaucracy, who were all working together, and the whole criminal justice system, to save an accused judge and her accused advocate's son. We thought that we had won. But then I had cautioned that getting Giribala to face the law would only be the first step. The system would come back to protect her, because that's the way it is in India. Where is justice for the common man? You see pictures there of Giribala when the CBI officials and the other investigators are bringing her for what is a recreation. She's being brought like an accused. But if you see the body language of the CBI officials and the policemen around her, it is like she's a